Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil ambiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last messenger, the best figure of this universe. Dear participants, welcome to the second day on International Conference on Management Science 2022. On this nice occasion, let me deliver the agenda of ICOMS 2022 as follows. The first is opening. The second is plenary session that will be delivered by Mr. Ali Al-Jadba MBA PhD from Al-Aqsa University, and the moderator for our keynote speaker is Mr. Punang Amaripuja, SAST MIT. The next is plenary session 3 that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Heru Kurnianto Cahyono MM from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and also Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir bin Sari from University Saints of Islam Malaysia, and the moderator for our keynote speaker is Dr. Udin MM. The next will be parallel session 5, continued with parallel session 6, and then best paper announcement, and the last is closing. To take the advantage of the time, let me open this agenda by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is plenary session 2 that will be delivered by Mr. Ali Al-Jadba MBA PhD from Al-Aqsa University. And the moderator for our keynote speaker is Mr. Punang Amaripuja, SAST MIT. And before we start the plenary session, please allow me to read the CV of Mr. Punang. Mr. Punang is the lecturer of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He finished his first bachelor degree at Department of Management, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Then he finished his second bachelor degree at Department of Geological Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. For the master degree, he finished at School of Information Management and Systems, Faculty of Information Technology, Monash University, Melbourne, Australia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right now I will try to connect with Mr. Punang. Hello, Mr. Punang, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mbak Faiko. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Mr. Punang. How are you today, Mr. Punang?
Good, fine, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Mr. Punang, today you will become the moderator of Mr. Ali Al-Jadba for today's plenary session. Are you ready, Mr. Punang?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, for Mr. Punang, the time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It brings me great honor to be a moderator for this session, and our honorary guest this session would be Professor Ali Al-Jadba. Alhamdulillah, we can meet him here since he is live here in Jogja, but he's originally from Gaza, the Palestines, and Professor Ali Al-Jadba has received his BA in the University of Gaza, Palestine, and his MBA in Accounting and Finance, also in the University of Gaza, Palestine, and he received his doctorate in Economics and Muamalah Administration and Accounting in University Science Islam Malaysia, or USIM Malaysia. Now he has a whole lot of work experiences, starting from becoming a financial arbitrator in the Ministry of Justice in Palestine, the University College of Applied Sciences, also being a financial manager in Al-Aqsa University, a lecturer in Palestine Technical College, and then in the Ministry of Finance between 2003 to 2015. And right now, he's a lecturer in Al-Aqsa University in Accounting and Finance. And since 2021, he has been an assistant professor also in accounting and finance. Now, this morning, Professor Ali would be presenting his paper on the impact of corporate governance characteristics on earning management in Palestine, the moderating effects of political instability. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Ali for his presentation. Please, Professor Ali.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Thank you, Dr. Bonan. It's an honor to me to participate in the 8th International Conference on Management Sciences that organized by Muhammadiyah University, Yogyakarta. And I am so happy to join and to participate in the conference and to be a speaker in this morning. Thank you also to Dr. Radian, the chairman of the conference, that invited me to be a speaker today in this morning. Today, inshallah, I will summarize my paper or my study that I have conducted recently about the situation of corporate governance in Palestine and its impact on the earnings management practices. And inshallah, we will focus on the political instability as a fundamental factor affects negatively the Palestinian economy, and maybe the political instability motivate and encourage managers to engage in high levels of earnings management. During my presentation, I will elaborate many things about the corporate governance situation in Palestine, and also earnings management practices, and also we will moderate the political instability as a fundamental factor affect the Palestinian economy negatively. Next. Where is the paper? So the title of the paper is The Impact of Corporate Governance Characteristics on Earnings Management in Palestine, the Moderating Effects of Political Instability. Inshallah, next. This presentation will be divided into 9 sections. In the first section, we will provide a background about literature review, also then research problem and research objectives and questions, then significance of the study and research methodology, study hypothesis and framework, findings and discussion, study contributions and implications, future research suggestions. Okay. As you know, good practice of corporate governance may enhance the quality of financial reports and enhance the transparency and accountability. This concept consistent with agency theory perspectives, because the agency theory perspectives argue that good corporate governance, effective corporate governance, can lead to minimize or mitigate earnings management practices in any company. When we talk about earnings management, we talk about that managers use their discretion to manipulate reported earnings by utilizing the accounting policies and accounting methods. Maybe they use accounting methods or change accounting methods and policies legally, but this practice and behavior will affect the reported earnings and might mislead the readers and users of financial reports. So by reviewing the most related literature, we find that there is an inconclusive results, because corporate governance practices and earnings management different from country to country according to the regulation equality and the corporate governance codes that these countries draw. Also, when reviewing the most related literature, we find a lack of focus on the issues of corporate governance and earnings management in developing countries, especially Palestinian context. Also, there is a few studies have been conducted in Palestine. So this was a fundamental motivation for us to conduct this study in the Palestinian context. Also, there is a scarcity of focus on the moderating role, especially political instability that developing countries or Middle East countries, particularly Palestine, suffering from severe and long-term political instability. Therefore, the purpose of this study is to explore the impact of corporate governance mechanisms on earnings management practices. In addition, we investigate the effects of political instability as a moderating variable. Okay? In terms of motivation and issues or problem statement of this study, as you see in the left side, the map of Palestine, here I put the most fundamental events or political events that affect the Palestinian economy negatively and left bad or negative consequences on the Palestinian economy in general. This might motivate managers to engage in more or high level of earnings management. Also, in Palestine, when we review the reports of Palestine Exchange and also the most related and recent literature, we find that there is a low compliance of Palestinian Code of Corporate Governance in Palestine or by listed companies. As you know, or I will provide a brief background about the Palestinian Code of Corporate Governance. In Palestine, we have already 2 codes of corporate governance. The first code issued in 2009, and this code have not been reviewed and updated since it issued. And this code implemented on the listed companies in the Palestine Exchange. And many articles of this code is still voluntary, such as audit committee. Audit committee in Palestine is still voluntary to form by listed companies. So some companies or a good number of companies don't have audit committee in them. The other code is issued by Palestinian Monetary Authority. And this code more strict and more developed and more updated. And this code will implemented by the financial sector. And this code have a good and developed articles according to local and international requirements. Also, we find that 80% of firms of listed firms practice earnings management or practice high level of earnings management in Palestinian context or Palestinian listed companies, especially the non-financial sector. And we focus here in our study on the non-financial sector listed in Palestine Exchange, which means that this non-financial sector includes industries and services and investments firms or companies. Also, we find some companies reported non-existing assets. This is a manipulation or a big manipulation in their financial reports. So maybe good corporate governance will deter manager in engaging in this manipulation or corruption actions. Also in Palestine, according to World Bank, have a weak regulatory bodies and low investors protection. As you know, Palestine need and more need for prospective investors, locally or internationally. So good regulatory quality and strict corporate governance will attract foreign investors to infuse their money and investments in the Palestinian economy. And also there is a lack of focus on the political instability, which Palestine is suffering from 70 years until or up to date. So in this study we are trying to overcoming the political instability by taking it in our consideration in drawing regulations or in updating and developing our codes of corporate governance. So, and also this study tried to bridge the gap in the period studies, particularly in Palestine. Also, we're recommending to update the Palestinian Code of Corporate Governance to be more developed and more updated to meet the international and local requirements. This will contribute in increasing the quality of financial reports and increasing the faithfully and the transparency in the financial reports of listed companies in Palestine Exchange. Also, we recommend to enhance the investors' protection and the confidence in Palestine Exchange. Okay. Next. Here we can see in the chart the indicators of the worldwide governance indicators that issued by World Bank. We here see that Palestine suffering from low voice of accountability and poor regulatory equality, and also low governance effectiveness that may motivate and encourage managers and companies to engage in high levels of earnings management or high levels of discretionary accruals. By the way, here we measure earnings management according to discretionary accruals calculated by Kothari model. Next. Here in the chart we can see the fundamental economic indicators. We see here that Palestine suffering from declining of GDP, especially during the severe political instability. You can see in 2014, the indicator is too low, or severely declined in 2014, which Palestine suffering from severe political instability at this year in particular. Next. So, in terms of research objectives and questions, here a study tried to answer and achieve 6 objectives. The first one is to examine the effects of board of director characteristics on earnings management. Here we utilized the size of board of director, which is essential for to be focused, and also the meetings, the frequency of meetings of the board of director, the independence of board of director, the foreign members sitting in the board of director, nationality diversity, also CEO duality and existence of remuneration and governance committee in the listed firms. The second objective is to examine the effects of audit committee characteristics. We utilized here the size of audit committee, the independence of audit committee, and also the financial expertise that the members sitting in audit committee have. As we mentioned before, that audit committee is still voluntary to be formed by Palestinian listed companies. So some companies still don't have audit committee in their companies. Also, we investigate the effects of ownership structure on earnings management. We here addressed institutional ownership, ownership concentration, and foreign ownership, and focus in this kind of type of ownership, which is fundamental factors to examine their effects on earnings management practices in the Palestinian context. Okay. Here in the other 3 objectives, we here used or utilized the board equality to explore the effects of board equality on earnings management. How we measure board equality or board effectiveness? We measure board equality and effectiveness as a composite measure or aggregate measure. We combine the 6 characteristics utilized in this study in one index or one aggregate measure to examine or explore the effectiveness of board of director and earnings management practices. Also to explore the effects of audit committee quality on earnings management, here also we use an index or aggregate measure to measure this factor or this variable by combining the characteristics of audit committee in one measure or one index to see the effectiveness or to explore does audit committee effectiveness affect earnings management practices in Palestine or not. Also, we here moderate political instability between the relationship of board of director quality and audit committee quality and earnings management practices in the Palestinian context. Next. In terms of significance of the study, here studies try to bridge the existing gap by studying the impact of corporate governance on earnings management under political instability in Palestine. Also, here we investigate the influence of board of director and audit committee effectiveness as a composite measure, which is firstly used in Palestine towards earnings management practices. Also, we provide information to stockholders and stakeholders to understand or deeply understand better the situation of corporate governance in the context of Palestine. Also, the results will serve as a guideline to improve corporate governance system and thereby increase the quality of financial reports in Palestine. Next. In terms or in respect of research methodology, here we utilize and address a quantitative approach and panel data methodology. Here we conduct a descriptive analysis and compare the results with peer literature. Also, the pooled OLS and random effects model have been run after check the main assumptions of OLS model or regression model. The targeted population is a non-financial companies listed on the Palestine exchange. We have here in the sample size 29 non-financial firms listed on Palestine exchange from 2011 to 2018. We have also here 232 firm year observations. Also, regarding to the data collection, governance data manually collected and financial data is collected by utilizing Thomson Reuters. Next. The population selection, this table will elaborate how we reach to the net sample size. Here the total number of overall listed companies in Palestine Exchange in 2018 is 48. We omitted the financial listed firms or financial sector, which is 15 companies. The total number of non-financial listed companies is 33. Here we omitted 4 companies with incomplete data and missing financial reports. The net sample size is 29 companies and the net observation is 232 year observation cover from the year 2011 to 2018. Next. Here the model of this study. This is the main model of the study. We developed this model according to agency theory, most related literature, and also a Palestinian Code of Corporate Governance. This model developed to fulfill or achieve 3 objectives of the study. And here we have 3 groups of independent variables. The first group is board of director characteristics, which include board size, board meetings, board non-executive director, nationality diversity, the existence of remuneration and governance committee, and CEO duality. The second group of independent variables is audit committee characteristics, which include the size, of audit committee, non-executive directors in audit committee, and the members who have a financial qualification sitting in audit committee. How many members sitting in the audit committee have a financial qualification? And also the third group of IVs or independent variables is ownership structure. Here we address concentration of ownership, institutional ownership, and foreign ownership. The dependent variable is earnings management computed by Kothari model. We use here absolute value of discretionary accruals. Here also we control firm growth, cash flow from operating activities, and also firm age. Next. Here the results of the, as shown in the slide, the results of pooled OLS regression model. The results reveal that firm growth, cash flow from operating activities, firm age, board meetings, board independence, and board nationality diversity, board remuneration and governance committee, institutional ownership, and foreign ownership has a significant association, significant association with earnings management. So there is a significant associations with these variables and earnings management. But here we can see that cash flow from operating activities and firm age as a control variables reduce earnings management activities or mitigate discretionary accruals in the Palestinian context. Also board meet and board independence and board nationality diversity and board remuneration and governance committee was a fundamental factors in reducing or deterring manager in engaging in high level of earnings management and also mitigate earnings management in the Palestinian context in the period that the study cover. Also institutional ownership reduce or mitigate the magnitude of earnings management in the Palestinian context. Next. The second model have 4 types of variables, and this model developed according to agency theory and political theory. We use here political theory to deep understand the situation of Palestine and explain the results of moderating effects, which is political instability. Here we have 2 independent variables, board quality as an aggregate measure or board effectiveness, and also audit committee quality as an aggregate measure. Here also we have a dependent variable is earnings management, and also the moderating rule is political instability, and we also control firm growth, cash flow, and firm age in this model. This model developed to achieve the other 3 objectives of this study. Next. The results of the random effects model reported that cash flow and board quality have a significant association with earnings management. And here we can see that during political instability periods, managers encouraged to engage in high levels or critical levels of earnings management, according to the results of political instability as a moderating effects. Also, we here see that political instability strengthened the relationship between board of director effectiveness or quality and earnings management. So this implies that board of director is effective in deterring managers in engaging in high levels or critical levels of earnings management during political instability periods or during severe political instability. Here also we see that political instability as a moderator or interaction weaken the relationship between audit committee quality and earnings management. So audit committees during the severe political instability not active, inactive during these periods. So maybe that because audit committees is still voluntary or forming audit committee by listed companies is still voluntary in the Palestinian context according to the Palestinian Code of Corporate Governance that have been issued in 2009. Okay. Here we use in this slide or we conduct additional analysis in the previous slides. We talk about or utilize the absolute value of the discretionary accruals or earnings management. Here we use signed discretionary accruals, positive discretionary accruals, and negative discretionary accruals. When we talk about positive discretionary accruals, we talk about that managers use aggressive and abusive accounting policies to manipulate earnings or reported earnings. Here we can see that 60% of the listed companies in Palestine practice earnings management by income increasing. That because they intention to improve the image of the companies and improve the financial performance. This might mislead the financial readers or financial reports readers and users. On the other hand, we find that 40% of companies practice earnings management by income decreasing. When we talk about negative discretionary accruals, we talk that managers practice or utilize conservative accounting policies to avoid maybe upcoming losses or to avoid upcoming political instability by forming severe amounts of provisions or reservation. So 40% of the companies practice earnings management by income decreasing in the Palestinian context. Next. Here we also find in this additional analysis that companies practice earnings management by income decreasing enduring severe political instability, which is from 2011 to 2014. In this period, Palestinian companies practice earnings management or practice or address more conservative accounting policies to avoid the consequences of the political instability or unstable economic in the Palestinian context, or to avoid some losses regarding to the consequences of the political instability. Next. In terms of contributions of the study, this study provides an empirical evidence on the moderating role of political instability on the relationship of both board of director and audit committee quality towards earnings management. This moderating role was neglected in the earlier studies. Also, this study fills the gap in corporate governance literature in the context of Palestine as one of the youngest stock market in the region that assist in testing the validity of agency theory in young and small emerging market context. Also, this study measured earnings management by Kothari model, which was neglecting in the previous study in Palestine. Also, this study addressed new variables regarding to corporate governance characteristics, which were not investigated by previous studies in Palestine. Also, this study is the first time that the study framework is tested empirically and theoretically in the context of Palestine in the non-financial listed firms. Also, this study used three sectors: industries, services, and investments, and also utilized longer period, 8 years, unlike many previous studies conducted in the Palestinian context. This is the result of this study implies that political environment is essential and fundamental to understand the influence of the quality of the board of directors and audit committees on earnings management. There is a need also to raise the level of board of director effectiveness, to reduce earnings management and to increase the quality and faithfully of financial reports. Also policymaker and Palestine exchange must strengthen and expand the role of audit committee in Palestine by updating the Palestinian Code of Corporate Governance and make forming the audit committee mandatory, not voluntary or optionally. The findings of current study also reported that there is a problem in corporate governance structure in Palestine, which needs to be solved by updating and reviewing the current code of corporate governance to meet the local and international requirements in this regard. Palestinian government, regulatory bodies, Palestinian Capital Market Authority, and Palestine Exchange should encourage listed companies to improve their corporate governance practices to enhance the role of board of director and audit committee and ownership structure in this regard. Okay. Here we have suggestions for future studies. The future studies can address wide sample size by utilizing the financial firms or financial sector listed on Palestine Exchange. Also the door open for conducting future studies in Palestinian context and developing countries as well. Also future studies should pay attention to the moderating rules, which was neglecting in the previous studies, such as ownership structure, institutional ownership concentration, big four, or etc. Also future studies should construct aggregate measure as a proxy for the optimal ownership structure and its relationship with earnings management. And this is a gap, a real gap in this regard. A future research should use interview-based qualitative and a questionnaire-based quantitative approach. A future study also should utilize GMM methodology for analyzing data set to tackle or solve the endogeneity problems that may arise during your study. Next. My conclusion are the findings will make regulators and policymakers understand the case of agency conflict in Palestine. Hence, they will be able to strengthen the existing regulation or providing new policies to overcome agency conflict created by the controlling shareholders to mitigate earnings management activities. The findings also can be generalized to many other developing countries, especially Arab Spring companies that suffer from political instability. Alhamdulillah, that's all. Thank you for everybody, and we're ready to receive your comments and questions. Thank you for all.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Professor Ali, for the well-presented paper. And it seems it's very interesting to know more about Palestine and to know more about the practices in companies in terms of corporate governance there. And as has been explained, it seems that there's a marginal effect of political instability from the corporate governance towards the earning management practices in companies. Now, I would like to invite the forum for questions and answers. And if you have any questions, can you please raise your hands first? Or if you're reluctant to talk in the forum, you might also want to first write a chat there. for the questions. Okay, if I may, I would like to ask some questions first for Professor Ali. Now, it's very interesting that you have found political instability as a moderating variable there. Do you think, you did mention that it's very relevant for countries that are still developing their stock exchange, especially for countries that have potential political instability. But do you think this is just for those countries, or could it be generalized to all countries actually? Because if it's stable, then the moderating effect would not be large. But if in the future something happens and it becomes unstable, do you think this would automatically also reflect what would happen in stable companies? And if you were to change the variable, not just political instability, but would it also apply if it were, for instance, economic instability and other types of social instability, cultural instabilities, and so on? Would those also still apply?
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, before moderating the political instability in Palestinian context, already we don't have sufficient data to moderate other factors like social and something like that. Political instability can be generalized to other countries, but Palestine have a special case because Palestine is suffering from long-term political instability. Because of that, we moderate political instability, and the proxy of political instability is we use a dummy variable that we give one for the severe political instability and give zero for light political instability. So political instability in Palestine exists. We cannot avoid political instability until now. So we give one for severe political instability periods and zero for light political instability periods. And also World Bank issued a data regarding to governance and political instability, and there is another measurement. So maybe other factors will be effective to utilize and address beside political instability, that cultural and social factors. But actually, because the sample size is limited and small, I cannot run the cultural and social factor as a moderator or something like that. But with a big sample size or a comparative study, it will be effective and good to utilize in the future studies, of course.
Okay, thank you very much. At any time, if anyone wants to raise their hand and ask questions, you are all welcome to. And what about political instability itself? So how did you measure it? Or was it asking subjectively whether they think the politics there is unstable at the moment, or do you have several variables in which you take into account when you measure political instability?
We measure political instability as a dummy variable. We have 8 years period. From 2011 to 2014, Palestine and Gaza suffering from severe political instability according to conflict in these years. In these years, in the first 4 years of the period of the study, happened or occurred 3 wars in Gaza. So the political was so unstable. The political situation was unstable, and also economic situation was unstable especially in these 4 years, from 2011 to 2014, and we give 1 for these years. The other years from 2015 to 2018. This was a light political instability, and the economic indicators improve in these years, so we give 0. And during the severe political instability, we find that managers encouraged to engage in high levels of earnings management, maybe to avoid losses, maybe to improve their financial performance, and to draw a good image about their financial reports. They might mislead the financial readers or financial reports users. But there is another measurement for political instability issued by World Bank. We try to use this measure. They give a value for each year. A value for each year. If the value negative means there is unstable political instability. If the value above 0, that means there is a good political situation. But because the sample size is still small, we cannot run this measurement, because the variation is not, there is no variation. We need a good variation, a big sample size to check to avoid the normality problems, you know. So we cannot get a good results because this measurement appropriate for a big size sample or big sample size.
I think I have heard that there is a memorandum of understanding to collaborate between Al-Aqsa University and Muhammadiyah universities. So maybe in the future we could try to find out what kinds of research, maybe a research like this, to expand the number of respondents and try to give a larger generalization of this kind of research.
Thank you, Doctor. Also in Indonesia, I read some articles also utilize political instability and address the measurement that World Bank issued. I follow these articles and studies, but I forget the name of authors, but there was beneficial studies and supportive studies for my study, inshallah.
Okay. There are still 5 more minutes for questions from the forum, please. Now, Professor, if I were an analyst, could I take a look at the study from the other way around? For instance, if we see that earning management practices tend to decrease income, could we, for instance, foresee a future political instability in the future from the perspectives of managers, board of directors in the corporate landscape?
Excuse me?
Okay, if we took a look at it from the other way around, for instance, if I were trying to find out what might happen in the future, if I want to find out whether managers of companies think that there would be political instability in the future, could I look at it from whether the earning management strategy they're using is increasing or decreasing income of their companies?
Okay, for earnings management, income decreasing or decreasing, we should make a model to predict the consequences of upcoming political instability by forming risk management committees in the companies, or audit committee maybe take the responsibility for predicting the upcoming or the consequences of upcoming political instability. But usually managers practice conservative policies during political instability to avoid losses or to avoid the consequences of political instability periods. But we should, in the future study, suggest a model to predict the consequences of political instability on the company's performance or financial performance. I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay, sorry, it was still we're still giving the opportunity for questions from the forum. So please, if you do have, you can still raise your hand. Okay, while waiting, one more question from me, Professor. So you did mention that the board of directors and audit committee, for instance, that tested about their independence. Could you please explain more, and whether there are interesting findings in terms of independence of BOD and AC there?
The interesting findings or results that board of director effectiveness is weak to deter managers in reducing earnings management in general. As a composite measure, when we use a composite measure and measure effectiveness of board of director quality or effectiveness, we find that the effectiveness of board of director is 46, less than 50% the effectiveness of board of director. And we see that, we find that board of director quality or effectiveness weak in reducing or deterring managers in practicing earnings management. But during political instability periods, we find interesting results that board of director effectiveness and or board of director quality was effective in deterring managers in engaging in earnings management or practicing high level of earnings management. Why that happened? According to political theory perspective, argue that during political instability periods, companies might reform the board of directors to be more stronger in facing the challenges or facing the behavior of executive directors, and also this will contribute in reducing the magnitude of earnings management and might improve the financial performance. So the most interesting findings that board of directors in Palestine during is active and effective during political instability periods, and this finding consistent with the perspective of or concepts of political instability, political theory.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this session. It has been an honor to talk with Professor Dr. Ali Al-Jadba, and with his presentation on the impact of corporate governance characteristics on earning management in the Palestinians. And it has been a very eye-opening presentation for me and for us to talk about these issues. And you have so many findings that I think could be generalized and extrapolated to other countries as well, inshallah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ali, for your presentation, and hope to meet you again soon. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That's all for plenary session 2, and thank you very much for Mr. Ali Arjadba. Stepping on to the following agenda is plenary session 3 that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Heru Kurnianto Cahyono MM from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and also Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir bin Sari from University Saints of Islam Malaysia. And the moderator for our keynote speaker is Dr. Udin MM. Please allow me to read the CV of Dr. Udin. Dr. Udin is the lecturer of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He finished his first bachelor degree at the Faculty of English Education, Universitas Halu Oleo. Then he continued his master degree at Universitas Islam Sultan Agung in the field of Human Resource Management. And for his doctoral degree, he finished at Universitas Diponegoro, still in the field of Human Resource Management. Okay, right now I will try to connect with Mr. Udin. Hello, Mr. Udin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we already prepared for our second plenary session today. And here we go for the plenary session for International Conference on Management Science 2022. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello anyone. I hope all of you are stay healthy and will join this conference with happy. Okay, this time is the second session, the second speaker of related to the human resource management. And we are going to invite the next speaker is Professor Dr. Heru. Hello, how are you, Professor Heru?
Very good, Pak Ud.
Hello, Professor Heru, are you okay?
How are you, Mr. Udin?
Okay. All of the participants, you can see Professor Heru as the second speaker in today. And let me introduce Prof. Heru to you all. Okay, Professor Heru is a professor in Management Study Program, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Professor Heru has finished his bachelor, master, and doctorate degree in Universitas Muhammadiyah, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. And previously, Professor Heru also gets an award for the first outstanding lecture, not only in Faculty of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, but also he has received an award from Yogyakarta Province, Indonesia. Professor Heru also a finalist for National Outstanding Lecture, and Best Lecture in Management Studies in 20 and 21. And previously in 2004, Professor Heru got an award from University of Taiwan for 3 best papers of the Asia Pacific Management Conference. Professor Heru is very active in many organizations and associations such as Indonesian Management Forum, AMA, and so on. Professor Heru is very expert in organizational behavior, business research methods, and entrepreneurships. Professor Heru in the Scopus database has 6 HI index with 41 articles in international reputable journals. I think Professor Heru is very expert in this file, specifically in organizational behavior and entrepreneurships. Okay, Professor Heru, are you ready to present your topic today?
Okay, I already sent you to the computer.
Okay, all of the participants, Professor Heru has prepared the topic. I hope all of you can hear the very interesting topic. And the end of the presentation, you can raise your hand or you can provide your question in the chat box. Professor Heru, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Udin, the moderator of this session, the Honorable Head of Management Department UMY, Dr. Sri Handari Wahyuningsih. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, my colleague, and good morning, all of participants in this conference. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Heru Purnianto Cahyono. I am Professor of Human Resource Management and Organization in this university. Especially, I love teaching leadership and organizational behavior. I would like to congratulate the committee of ICOMS, International Conference on Management Sciences. This is the 8th ICOMS. I really appreciate the smart and hard work of this committee. And I am very happy to be the invited speaker in this conference. I think one of the reputable conference in Indonesia, especially in Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta as a student city in this country. Welcome to Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta has become a city that full inspiration. I hope everyone can enjoy, relax, and stay enthusiastic, sharing knowledge, and follow my presentation. Thank you. Let's go to my slide. Ladies and gentlemen, my topic is leadership and transformation today and tomorrow. Why this topic is very important? There are 3 keywords in this topic. The first is business context. The second is transformation, why organization must carry out transformations and what are the outcomes of the transformation they make. And the third is the issue of leadership that is relevant to a rapidly changing situation and how important leadership are taught in business schools. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, begin from the business context and why this is important for leaders and organizations to understand the business context in business world. It is important for people surrounding them in running their business. In this case, it is important for them to realize and understand general business conditions. Most of us are at least casually aware of general business conditions, especially the world facing economic difficulties that are worse than those seen for several decades. Some of these business conditions are cyclical as industries go through the inevitable cycles of growth and retraction. Other conditions are more structural and include fundamental changes in globalization, technology, demographic, and the political landscape. Here, I focus on the dominant fundamental aspect in order to encourage sustainable business. The first aspect is globalization. Today, globalization makes the world flat, in this case, a global village with new markets offering new challenges and opportunities. And the global issue also deals with sourcing commodities and issues such as volatile energy costs, trade barriers, exchange rate, tariff, and distribution. The second is technology. Technology has increased accessibility, visibility, and connectivity. The connected world is smaller, is rapidly changing, and has more open information. Technology obsolescence occurs even more quickly as the half-life of knowledge shrinks. Then, demographic trends require that workplace be able to respond not only to current employees, but to future employees and customers. Creating a workforce that adapts to gender, generational, and ethnic differences helps organizations survive over time. And political uncertainty may hinder investment because of the lack of confidence in social stability. Political shifts affect not only consumer confidence, but also organizational opportunities and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, today the fourth industrial revolution has changed the world business condition in many ways. Likewise, the COVID-19 pandemic has also changed many things related to business. The era of erratic change is often referred to as the VUCA era. VUCA is an acronym for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. This term, the term VUCA itself emerged from the US Army War College to describe the situation in the Cold War. Since then, the VUCA concept has been adopted by organizations and business companies in various industries to describe a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous business environment that is unpredictable due to technological disruption and other aspects of the business environment, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah? And this understanding is used to guide leadership and business planning. Ladies and gentlemen, changes in this era change the business processes within the company. Many young business people who do not have much history in the past succeed today and in the future. Meanwhile, companies that succeeded in the past must be able to adapt. Otherwise, they will become extinct. Examples of giant companies that once succeed, Kodak, yeah, today is just the name because they are failed to adapt to the development of digital cameras, or Fuji, which had to make radical changes to survive. In the Indonesian case, the Bluebird taxi is victorious and ignored the presence of computers in the form of application-based transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, changes in this era change the business processes within the company. Many young business people who do not have much history in the past succeed today and in the future. Meanwhile, companies that succeeded in the past must be able to adapt. Otherwise, they will become extinct. They will become extinct. Example of giant companies that once succeed, Kodak. Today is just the name because they are failed to adapt to the development of digital cameras. Or Fuji, which had to make radical changes to survive. And in the Indonesian case, the Bluebird taxi is victorious and ignore the presence of computers in the form of application-based transportation, such as Gojek, which was present in 2010 with only 10 drivers. However, in 2015, this company made changes to collaborate with Gojek, which was growing exponentially. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the fact that the change is so fast that some business people are in shock and cannot do anything about it. Meanwhile, those who can respond to the change well will survive. Research results show that the real key to success is the ability to respond to change. Here we can see that the discretion of business people is to create a fit with the requirements of the business environment. Okay, next I will explain the characteristics related to exponential growth. The first is digitize. This exponential growth state is triggered by digitalization, where existing products are entered into digital programs. For example, radio, image, video, and text are operated on smartphones. Consumers using a smartphone can access various programs provided on it. Ladies and gentlemen, the second is deceptive and the third is disruptive. This exponential growth state can be deceptive. Other business people related to the business potential based on the Industrial Revolution 4 are often unpredictable in their growth. The business growth of company based on Industrial Revolution 3, such as Kodak, Fuji, and Bluebird Taxi, grew linearly, namely 1, 2, 3, and so on. While the business growth of companies based on Industrial Revolution 4, such as business services based on Industrial Revolution 4 application services, could grow exponentially, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, etc. The presence of Gojek in 2010 with only 10 drivers seems to be deceptive for Bluebird, which has thousands of drivers and fleet. At first, Bluebird didn't think and see that Gojek's presence could be a competitor that seriously threatened Bluebird. But 5 years later, Bluebird realized that Gojek was disrupting its business. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth characteristic is dematerialized. One of the things that can be observed from exponential growth is dematerialization, namely the change of material or objects in the form of camera, books, radio, video, GPS, flashlight, telephones, maps, and music into smartphone. This dematerialization stage causes large amounts of materials to exist in one smartphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth characteristic of exponential growth is demonetization. The consequence of dematerialization and digitalization is that it is much more cost efficient. Most of the books were replaced by e-books. TV, camera, GPS, radio, music, maps, and more are available on the smartphone, which is from a weight of about 30 tons of materials converted into a smartphone with a size of only 135 grams. Also about about US dollars, 500,000 price of the total materials becomes USD 800 USD, I mean. The price of one smartphone, yeah, the price of one smartphone. So it's very cheap. Okay, the sixth characteristic is democratized. With 800 US dollar, everyone has a greater opportunity to access many things that can lead to prosperity. With a high school education level, such as pre-bachelor, most of the youth in poor rural areas are very prosperous. Every resident has a house and a luxury car. In general, young people work as YouTuber, content creator, and supporters. Several decades ago, when computers were so expensive and not everyone could have them, Bill Gates had a dream, quote unquote, in every home to have a computer. Everyone in every home to have a computer. Today, everyone can own several computers and their derivative. Driverless car technology, SpaceX applied in inter-country flights, health diagnostic tools equivalent to 10 specialist doctors, massive open online courses in the world of education, etc., will create millions of innovations and ways of business. And this is a challenge, yeah, for today and tomorrow. In this slide, we discuss about changing, yeah, from disruption mindset to abundant mindset. Yeah, this is related the community, yeah, about, for example, in disruption mindset, scarcity mentality, yeah, and then win-loss, yeah, and then in abundance mindset paradigm, community develop abundant mentality, yeah, non-disruption creation, yeah, blue ocean strategy, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, next in organization level, we discuss about external fit, yeah, between organization and environment, and then capacity to change, how the organization adapt. Yeah, this is related how they prepare capacity to adapt. They must build adaptive culture, yeah, and then how to manage resistance to change in organization. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this section, we will discuss why transformation is so important and what are the outcomes of the transformation process. Paying attention to such rapid changes and higher environmental demands, market and consumers are increasingly demanding. Therefore, it is important for companies to always match the business context. It is important for companies to develop business strategies to fit the business context. Okay, to be able to adapt quickly, companies are transforming. Transformation begins with a clear rationale for why transformation matters. Why do the transformations? When people understand the why of change, they are more likely to accept the what. Transformation is so closely related to the people and workforce in the organization. Then the next we call HR transformation. When HR transformation connects to the context of the business, it is more likely to be sustained because it responds to real needs. This means linking HR effort directly to the business strategy and to the environmental factors that frame the strategy. Therefore, we begin by reviewing business condition and stakeholder expectation. After we discuss the business context, the outcomes are obtained. Outcomes for the company are stakeholder expectations, can be identified by the company. Companies can identify employees' expectation and what performance measures can be developed. The company also identifies other stakeholders such as leaders and leadership, customers, regulators, investors, the community, and the government. The second outcome is the discovery of the company's capabilities. Capabilities represent what the organization is known for, what is good at doing, and how it pattern activities to deliver values. The capabilities define many of the intangibles that in fact the second outcomes is the discovery of the company's capabilities. Capabilities represent what the organization is known for, what it is good at doing, and how it pattern activities to deliver values. The capabilities define many of the intangibles that investors pay attention to, the firm brand customers can relate to, and the culture that shapes employee behaviors. Capabilities shape the way people think about organization. We admire an organization because of its roles or routines, such as we admire GE, General Electric, because of its capacity to build leaders in a diverse industry. We admire Apple because it seems to continually design easy-to-use products. And we admire Apple because it seems to continually design easy-to-use products. And we admire Disney for the outstanding service we experience. We admire Google and Microsoft for their ability to innovate and shape their industry. In other words, organizations are known for their capabilities. And then from the perspective of organizational behavior, we discuss how to manage change, and then how to manage resistance to change within the organization. And from the level of analysis, we can see the problem at the individual level who accepts or rejects change. And it is also important to observe the level of potential groups for accepting or resisting change. And finally, we can see at the organizational level as a whole, whether people in the organization tend to accept or resist change. Some reasons why people in the organization resist change are because, one, they do not know the direction of the change. They don't know why organizations have to change. Most people in organizations resist change because they are not in the direction of the change. They are not in the direction of the change. Therefore, a socialization approach is needed regarding why changes are important in the organization. What are the benefits for the organization and the impact on employees? And the second, they worry that they will not be able to follow or to adapt. There are also quite a number of people who feel unable to adapt. They feel that change is something difficult. They feel that there is not enough knowledge and skills. In this situation, education and training are important things to do in companies, so that they feel confident and ready to participate in change process. And the last, the third, yeah, they feel a loss of position and comfort and other personal benefit with the change. Their number is relatively small, but they are the strongest voice of rejection. In this situation, negotiation and pressure become important to ensure the change process. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this slide, we will discuss transformational leadership and leadership learning that support sustainable development. In general, there are quite a number of perspectives to see the concept of leadership. The effectiveness of leadership is multi-perspective and no one best approach. However, I see that transformational leadership is a relevant approach, yeah, for this case. The what and why of transformational leadership. The term transformational leadership is not new. The term was invented by Burns in 1978, but has only become widely known in recent years. Transformational leadership is a leadership style that identifies the needed changes, develops a vision that will open the way for the changes to be made, and executes the plans needed for those changes to occur. It is easy to see why this leadership style is important in today's changing world. Okay, next. Why transformational leadership is important. Transformational leaders bring positive expectations to followers. In an era of rapid change, the uncertainty is so high. Subordinates need leaders who are able to face the uncertainty of the business environment and then create certainty and a positive image and hope for their subordinates. Transformational leaders provide direction for change and empower subordinates to get work done creatively. In the high uncertainty situations, erratic and rapid change, transformational leadership is more relevant. Transformational leaders play a role in empowerment and sustainable development. They empower subordinates to be able to do their best for aspects that make transformational leadership even more important in an organization are as follows. The first, become an ideal role model or idealized influence. Here, a leader who can create a sense of pride, respect, and trust in subordinates in the leader. And the second, inspire and motivate. Yeah. We call inspirational motivation. It means a leader who can inspire subordinates in interpreting to face the challenge of work. And the third, pay attention to subordinates. Yeah. We call individualized consideration. This is a leader who gives attention and support to individuals and provide encouragement to self-development and employee performance. And the last, intellectual stimulation. It means a leader who can stimulate new ideas and the creative power of subordinates in completing their work. Yeah. So here, transformational leadership can support sustainable development in business. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last we discuss about how we learn about leadership. Yeah. Okay, the first learning transformation leadership, based on multiple intelligences, including intellectual intelligence, and then emotional intelligence, execution intelligence, adversity intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. And the second, management learning combines aspects of vision, science, experience, and soul or spirituality. Yeah. Okay, this is a site from Harvard. And then the third, building humans with mental abandon or blessing others. Yeah. So learning in business school, is important, to reinforce the formation of being, to deep understanding of knowing, and the activity involvement of doing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally, if you want to manage your business, you must know business context, what the pattern of change is, and how quickly changes occur. Then you prepare your organization fit with the business context. You fulfill the requirements of business context, and then the role of leaders is very important to build capacity to change and capacity to adapt. So you can, we can, surf on the big wave. In this case, you are transformational leaders, and the organization must flexible and agile. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is my material to build some discussions in this session. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Prof. Heru. Very full speech. Okay, for all of the participants, if you have any question, you can raise your hand, or you can chat via chat box. Any participant, if you have any comments, you can raise your hand. Okay, Professor Heru, you have explained that about how important leadership is for making the organizational more suitable, more successful. And you stress about the importance of transformational leadership. But the problem with transformational leadership is, in my mind, in my opinion, the problem is transformational leadership cannot, or it's very difficult to be used for gaining the short-term vision or the short-term goals. So the question is how to solve. It's appropriate for us as a leader to use transformational leadership styles to achieve the short-term goals or the short-term vision, the short-term objective in our business.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Udin. It's not easy question, I agree with you that transformational leadership more suitable with long term. But in this context, the stress actually related how they make a condition for his subordinate understand about why we have to move, why we have to change. Yeah. So this is the key point. And I think about the short term, actually, everyone not only execute one type of leadership. Yeah, I think in one time, yeah, maybe I can execute transformational and together with, for example, empowering leadership, yeah, or transactional. But in this context, transformational is more important here. Transformational more important, but even though we execute transformational, we must be enforce the fairness in organization. Yeah, for example, because it is related. The concept of transformational is growing. Yeah, at the first maybe it's transformational is mutually exclusive with transactional, for example. But today, transformational, including transactional. So if we are a transformational leader, we at the same time we can do the regulation or policy fairly. Yeah, I think like that, Dr. Udin. Hello? Is it clear?
It's very clear. Okay, is there any participant? Okay, Prof. Heru, I think it's very clear. Next, move to the participant. Is there any questions? All of the participants, you can chat or you can raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, for the last question, Prof. Heru. Okay, we have known that the many types of leadership, many style, and such as hosts provide the globe leadership style to combine all of the style of leadership. When we compare between globe leadership and transformational leadership, which is the most significant?
Yeah, globe leadership. What do you mean globe leadership, Mr. Udin?
Globe leadership is provided by host and his partner. They make studies included 62 countries to summarize the many style of leadership. So they concluded the recent style of leadership is globe leadership.
Okay, that is research across countries, yeah.
Yes, because
about related global mindset, yeah, global thinking. Yeah. I think it's make us stronger, a people who execute transformational leadership. Yeah, they have to global perspective in the world, and they can understand more grassroots understanding. So they can influence well to his subordinate, yeah. And you know, the transformational leadership have to stimulate the intellectual of the employee, yeah. So they understand about the direction of this organization. I think globe leadership, yeah, I read a little about that. That is related how the leader think globally, understand about the differences among people in the world. Yeah, so we have to competency, yeah, to understand differences among people in our organization or in our country. Yeah. So I think this is the key point, Mr. Udin.
There is a question from the participant, Nizar Fauzan, in the chat box. The question is, how to implement the transformational leadership for the UMKM, for the small business, because the small business nowadays lack of management or weak of management.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Udin. I think in small or medium enterprise, yeah, leader can intensively communicate with his staff or subordinate. Yeah, he can inspire about the vision of our small enterprise business, and then we can create discussion. And then all of the employee in our organization participate, yeah, and give feedback to our organization. And then we have a big chance, big opportunity to understand about our staff, yeah, because the organization is smaller, yeah. So I think it's very good, and usually small and medium enterprise more flexible, and the leader, the role of transformational leadership, I think, more salient here, So if you, Mr. Fauzan, yeah, Mr. Fauzan build the small business, I think the role of you as maybe as an owner or as a leader can arise in this business. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Audin.
Thank you, Prof. Heru. I think this is for the last question. Okay, for the last question, Prof. I hope you still have a time to answer the questions. Okay, Nizar Fauzan, you can ask directly to Prof. Heru about your questions.
Okay, thank you for the time. Actually, for the previous is for my question, because the chat box is not with me. Actually, I would like to ask regarding the leadership style in the workplace that we already know about the work from anywhere. So what style that leadership will suitable to apply in the work from anywhere, because we are not face each other in the same workplace, but we can see each other on the device. So what leadership that can make suitable in the workplace for the work from anywhere? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mas Fauzan. Basically, we have to improve ourselves, yeah, because we don't know in our subordinate point of view about us, yeah. Maybe they think we are more transformational. Maybe some people think that we more transactional or we more empowering. So in ourselves, we think that we develop our capacity. Yeah, the first is leading self. We lead ourselves, because if we lead ourselves, so our attitude, yeah, our behavior is advisement for others. It's advisement for others, yeah. And then we enforce the fairness in organization. This is a transactional mechanism, yeah. And then we inspire my subordinate, yeah. And we ask for to participate in our activities. Yeah. So I don't know exactly. We are transformational, and then transactional, and then empowering. Yeah. It's depend on the observer look us. Maybe someone said that Pak Heru atau Mas Fauzan, you are the transactional leader or the transformational leader. So the homework for us is how to improve ourselves as a good leader, because no one best approach for this. No the best leadership that like a panacea, like like the miracle medicine, yeah, can make all of better, yeah, the best solution. I think it's depending on the context. Okay, Mas Fauzan, thank you very much, Mas Fauzan.
You're welcome.
I'm a student?
Actually, I'm alumni.
Oh, alumni, it's very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Prof. Heru. I think our time is enough, and we have spent more than 1 hour. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Heru, for the presentation, for an insightful speech. And I may conclude that everyone or every leader can use any types of leaderships, such as transactional for the short term, transformational for the long terms. But many studies, they reveal that transformational leadership is more dominate using by the leader in the world. Okay, thank you for all of the participants. Thank you very much for the speaker, Professor Dr. Heru. And I hope all of you still stay healthy, strong and happy every time, forever. See you next time in the 2023 in this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I hope all of you are okay, and this is the last presenter in our conference today. And the presenter will be Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir bin Sari. Professor Jamal, how are you? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, are you okay, Prof. Jamal?
Good.
Okay. Okay, all of the participants, I will introduce to you all about the CV of Professor Jamal. Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir bin Sari is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Economic and Muamalat Department of Business and Management, University Science, Islam Malaysia. He received PhD from Reitake University, Japan, and MBA TKM from Marquette, United States of America. He has many publications in quality management, marketing, intellectual capital, and knowledge management. And if we search in the Scopus database, Professor Jamal, he has 6 HR index, and Professor Jamal also become a professional speaker and consultant related in the field of management and business. Okay, Professor Jamal, if you ready to present your topic, time is yours.
Thank you very much for today. First of all, I would like to actually say thank you very much. Yeah, but before that, thank you, Madam MC, I think Ms. Faika, and also Mr. Chairman, Dr. Radian, and of course, moderator, Mr. Dr. Udin. I'm very pleased to actually be here, invited as a keynote here. If I may have before, because I'm sending the recorded speech, okay, just to relate a little bit on a very fruitful discussion of Professor Dr. Heru just now. My recorded speech is basically, I was actually sharing the experience of myself as a academician at USIM and also as the CEO of the company, the business arm of USIM that I just founded. So talking about transformational and transactional just now, basically the things that I would like to share during the recording basically is, if we're talking about quadruple helix, so it is us actually from academic and also partly industry as a transformational leaders to actually help out the poor. In Malaysia, actually in my scope is actually basically we try to close the gap between the rich and the poor, the educated and the uneducated. So my recording speech is actually in to go align with the theme, the path forward for generating well-being. So I'm focusing on the well-being of the poor in surrounding my part here in Malaysia. With that, I hope the speech will be actually beneficial for us to share. Talking under global leadership is, various type of leadership. So this is our part as situational leadership. Yeah. So if we can share the recorded speech, thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good evening all. My name is Jamal Abdul Nasir bin Shari. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for USIM Education and Skills Development Sdn Bhd. I'm also an Associate Professor at the Faculty of Economics and Muamalat from University Islam Malaysia. Thank you very much for having me here today. I was given a topic, the path forward for generating well-being, building the agile business through digital entrepreneurship. But the perspective that I'm bringing here is from the viewpoints of a lecturer. I'm a lecturer, a researcher, consultant, CEO, and I urge everyone just to get back to basic. Greetings, Chairman of Committee, Bapak Dr. Radian dan Joyo, colleagues and participants. I wish this morning to actually not only to share with you guys the theories on generating well-being, on theory on agile business, or theory on digital entrepreneurship. I believe we have heard a lot about it from the first day and also today. But I wish to share with you guys my experience at USIM Sejarah Holdings Sdn Bhd, which is the business arm for University Islam Malaysia, and also the USIM Education and Skills Development Sdn Bhd, which I just founded about 3 months ago. So basically, my speech today is actually the experience that I want to share with you guys Where they're coming from is actually from the consultation that I had and some experience, for example, from the Selangor State Industrial Revolution 4.0, in which the roadmap research that I've done with the benchmarking process in Germany and also in Singapore. There's also a research grant from the Khazanah National, which is on focusing on the micro entrepreneurs. They're actually two that I'm going to use it as an example for the speech today. Basically, we had a B40 home-based and street food entrepreneur empowerment program through online training and monitoring. And before that, we also had empowering B40 single mothers micro entrepreneur empowerment program through online training and monitoring. And we're also lucky to actually have a consultation project under Malaysia Ministry of Rural Development, looking at MARA, in which we did study of effectiveness of their entrepreneurship program. So I break down this topic into four, which is the first one, the path forward. I'm not going to tell you guys what to do, but merely to share what we do over here. And follow up, we're just going to talk about, I'm going to look into generating well-being, building agile business, and also the finally is to digital entrepreneurship. Remember Industry 4.0, guys? Remember Industrial Revolution 4.0? Back then, we were talking about Industry 1.0, end of 18th century, and then at the beginning of 20th century, we're talking about Industry 2.0 and Industry 3.0 in the beginning of the 70s. Pardon me, we were not talking about that before, but we were talking about this before pandemic. We're talking about that today happens before pandemic, in which we're talking about cyber physical systems. And Germany Trade Invest, when talk about Industry 4.0, refers to the technological evolution from embedded system to cyber physical systems. We had a McKinsey report that actually highlighted on the Industry 4.0 as the next phase in the digitization of the manufacturing sector, in which they claim driven by four disruptions: the astonishing rise in data volumes, computational power, and connectivity, especially new low-power wide area networks, the emergence of analytics and business intelligence capabilities that we can see these days on online shopping, etc. New forms of human-machine interaction, such as touch interfaces and augmented reality systems. And the fourth, improvements in transferring digital instructions to the physical world, such as advanced robotics and 3D printing. Colleagues, I believe what we actually more concerned of with the world, what World Economic Forum once mentioned, that in many leading countries, the in-demand skills now did not exist 10 years ago. And the pace of change is expected to continue at a faster rate. An estimate of 65% of children entering primary school today will end up working in completely new job types. There's a lot of discussion in Industry 4.0. These are the slides that I've taken from our beloved country, Indonesia. Countries who have launched Industry 4.0 related initiatives span across 3 levels of maturity. So these are the slides that I did that I refer to when we were looking at the consultation project for Selangor, in which here we can see Malaysia, Vietnam are those in the planning. Early stage of implementation consists of Thailand, Singapore, Japan, and Korea, and also China here. Whereas Germany leads America and UK as the advanced stages of implementation benefits visible. Okay, and then there's also the concern on the ASEAN, concern of Indonesia and Malaysia, that we were looking at Singapore, which clearly leads the ASEAN countries in terms of initiatives for IR for adoption. Looking at Malaysia here, government were close to formulating Industry 4.0 strategy, in which inviting suggestions from industry, collaborating with other nations, in which I was a part of the team that actually looking on Industry 4.0, basically from the Selangor state. So there were agreements with Chinese and German players for investment in robotics, manufacturing, etc. But then the concern was actually programs in place to upskill workforce for next generation technologies. My trip to Munich during the benchmarking process is something that I would like to share with you guys from the personal interview with Mr. Hans, which the managing director of Bayin International. So he summarized Industry 4.0 as the fourth industrial revolution as the manifestation of connected autonomous system that drive greater productivity, effectiveness, and efficiency in the state. What makes it interesting for me to share here, actually, before we went for the benchmarking process to Munich, Germany, as a graduate from, I did my PhD in Japan, so I was telling my colleagues that why don't we stop by in Japan and look at how Japan did it? And if you remember, basically, Japan was actually not listed as the first, but Japan was actually number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And my colleagues were saying that Japan was outdated like that, so let us head to Germany. But as soon as we arrived in Munich, I remember during the meeting and the group that we met actually said they just got back from Japan. And to our surprise, they said one thing that they learned from the Japanese is actually Japan's working together. So if you look at this connected autonomous system at the top, who is actually referring to the system, and working together is actually the system, the human system that connect together. Okay, so from Industry 4.0 to Society 5.0, when we look and study on the societal transformation plan of Japan, Japan has its particular challenges, and just as Industry 4.0, in the digital transformation of manufacturing, Japan was actually focusing on Society 5.0. So Society 5.0 aims to tackle several challenges by going far beyond just digitalization of economy, but also towards digitalization across all levels of Japanese society and digital transformation of society itself. And we're looking back at our topic is actually the path forward to gendered well-being. So meaning to say that well-being is actually society. And this is actually some of the slides that I would like to share with you guys on how Japan was looking at Society 5.0. Rather than looking at digitalization machine, they were looking at how the society works during Society 1.0, Society 2.0, in which agricultural 1.0 was actually reflecting on the human beings hunting and gathering society. Society 3.0 were looking at industrial, and Society 4.0 information. But at a time where the world looks at Industry 4.0, Japanese were actually talking about Society 5.0, building the society, building the well-being. So this Society 5.0 was actually looking at 3 angles: comfort, vitality, and high quality lives. So the comfort everyday life is happy and fun. The advanced vision of cyberspace and physical space. They have more convenient, safe, and secure life to balance economic advancements with the resolution of social problems. And that is the vitality, to ensure that it provides goods and services that granularly address manifold latent needs without disparity. And this will actually benefit everyone regardless of age and gender. Ladies and gentlemen, so the topic today is actually on digital entrepreneurship. And why am I still talking about the Japanese 5.0 or Germany platform 4.0? But bear with me, something I wanted to share with you guys, the lesson that I learned from this benchmarking exercises. Germany with the platform 4.0, they were talking about networking, supportive ecosystems. They learned, remember that Germany was actually leading the world, but they learned from the Japanese that is to work together as a unit, as they are already technical and technology savvy, with historically proven with the pride of being Bavarian as fundamental drive for unity. So they had that pride of being Bavarian, something what the Japanese have, okay? In which Japanese with Society 5.0, they approach Industry 4.0 by shaping society to fit in with the changes of the world, stemming from their Kaizen philosophy of continuous improvement. I believe We are all aware of Japan in company in which the golden era of total quality management, in which the heart of quality management lies on the Kaizen philosophy, which is English loosely translated will be on the continuous improvement. And the Japanese have something like the Bavarian has, is the historically grounded in their artisan Bushido samurai spirits. So ladies and gentlemen, basically if you look at this, be it Germany, Bavarian, or be it Japan, it's all about people, in which I urge for you to see that this is actually the very basic things, all about people. Then again, let's not talk about Industry 4.0, because then it came pandemic COVID-19. And again, we used to talk lots about Industry 4.0 anyway, but now, not much anymore. As realizing it or not, we are living it. We are living on the Industry 4.0. I remember a couple of years before the COVID-19, I had a symposium, Malaysia and Japan on the verge of Industry 4.0. But then came pandemic COVID-19, nobody was talking whether we are ready or not. During the pandemic COVID, everybody was shopping online from Alibaba, from Lazada, from Shopee. So getting back to our topic, the path forward just now when I talk that, that's not what I'm telling you guys to do, but I'm just sharing what I did and what I'm doing. So getting back to the second topic, which is generating well-being, I like to share our experiences at USIM Tijara Holdings and also at USIM Education and Skills Development Sendirian Berhad. So there are two programs that we did with Yayasan Hasanah this session. Okay, the first one was actually empowerment B40 single mother. So we're trying to assist during the pandemic. The B40 is actually the bottom 40% in which need assistance. So these are single mother, micro entrepreneur empowerment program through online training and monitoring, because we have the lockdown, everybody cannot go out, but life has to go on. And this B40 single mother was suffering. So the well-being, the program that we're looking at them is actually how to assist using digital transformation, digital entrepreneurship. And later on, we also have B40 home-based and street food entrepreneur empowerment program, again, also through online training and also monitoring. So this is what I meant by B40, M40, and T20 category. This below, mid, and top. Below, we are looking about, there are 4 categories of B40, at the top are 4,850, and the lowest one at 2,500 ringgit. So basically, Malaysian government are actually focusing to assist the well-being of this B40, the below average. So getting back to the Yayasan Hasanah, actually a little bit of history of Yayasan Hasanah was born as independent grant-making foundation on the 1st July 2015 with the aim of creating a greater impact that complements Khazanah's national effort of developing Malaysia into a globally competitive nation. And at present, basically, they are contributing to 15 of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as we know it as SDGs, with the true solutions that empower communities, encourage social inclusivity, and improve the environment. So this is slightly the picture of the closing ceremony. So what we had is the achievement was 85.18% participants have managed to increase their sales over a period of only 6 months. Okay, so the awareness of the concept that proper entrepreneurship and digital entrepreneurship basically was successfully applied among the needy, especially for these B40 single mothers. So that was actually the success of the programs that we did to ensure the well-being by turning this B40 into digital entrepreneurs. So a little bit on Hasanah. So again, I was saying just now, there were basically 2 Hasanah grants. The first Hasanah grant on 2020 is what actually focusing on the B40 micro single mother entrepreneur empowerment program, which runs from September 2020 to February 2021. So there were 30 entrepreneurs selected among B40 single mother, which living in Negeri Sembilan and Selangor, and they were given entrepreneurship training by the experts in the field. So again, B40 is the bottom 40%, and the program is conducted online involving my colleagues, my friends from University of Islam Islam Malaysia. Those are lecturers who are experienced in their respective fields, have commitment to actually assist the well-being of these single mothers. Then with the success of the grant on 2020, we are invited by Hasanah with the special grant 2022, in which that runs, continuing running from October 2021 until March 2023, inshallah, entitled Empowerment of Microfood Entrepreneurs B40, Home-Based and Street Food Through Training and Face-to-Face and Online Monitoring. So basically, we're using digital, we're using technology to actually having the class online and also monitoring. So this program from 30 was joined by 200 participants, consisting of entrepreneurs selling food around the state of Selangor and Negeri Sembilan. Excuse me for a second. So the objective of this program is actually to provide basic and advanced exposure to the field of entrepreneurship. We provide exposure to these entrepreneurs on the application of knowledge and skills in the food industry, documentation, and business monitoring systems. So these, as I mentioned just now, sustainable development goals. And I do not want to waste your time. Basically, I believe everybody is actually aware about, the 17 SDGs. So from our experience, basically we covered this: 1, no poverty; 2, zero hunger; 3, good health and well-being; 4, quality education through trainings; 5, the single mother on the gender equality; 8, on the decent work and economic growth, we hope to give them a better life; 10, reduce inequalities; 12, responsible consumption and also production, on when them being entrepreneurs, teaching them the basic business; and it's number 17, the partnerships for the goals. We actually have programs, we have collaboration with one of the banks in Malaysia, which is Bank Islam Malaysia, in which they recognize us as the change maker to further assist these entrepreneurs. So moving to the next topics on the building agile business. So what is the one word would you use to describe an organization that has business agility? Okay, if we look at papers, there's thousands of papers talk about business agility. We have several models, by consultants actually sharing their direction, their experience, their advices on how to tackle business agility. But today I'm not going to talk much into that. I'm not going to talk about as a consultant, but looking at this from agility tricks here, these are actually the words that comes when you talk about business agility. So number 1, as the biggest one you can see here, is actually responsiveness, adaptive, preemptive, flexible, focus, customer, and etc. So these are slides that I took from IMD.org, in which digital business agility, in which we combine digital to ensure the business agility is there. Basically, entrepreneurs need to have 3 things. The first one is the hyper-awareness. Number 2, informed decision-making. And you have to remember that technology is an enabler. It's to help to enable us to make a good decision-making, which we are aware and we execute it fast. And looking more into the process, basically digital business agility with the informed decision-making, we should be looking at inclusive of decision-making, augmented decision-making, the fast execution with the dynamic resources and dynamic processes, in which both of these comes from behavioral awareness and situational awareness. We can't run away, get to the basic, that be it entrepreneurs, be it digital entrepreneurs, but the basic thing goes to the basic, which is behavioral awareness and situational awareness. We're looking at the SWOT analysis, the strengths and weaknesses of internal organization, and how do we adapt with the opportunities and threats of the external awareness, of the external, the external environment. So informed decision making, fast execution. So looking at what we did with the Yayasan Hasanah groups, business agility, we give them knowledge on conducting their business. For them, number one, to adapt quickly to market changes, again, internally and externally. Number two, working solutions over comprehensive documentation. This is among the weaknesses when we talk about not only micro entrepreneurs, but when also we're talking about small, medium enterprises. Because working solutions on comprehensive documentation. And number three, respond rapidly and flexibly to customer needs. To do that, we need to have the awareness. The first one will be the adapt and lead change in a productive and cost-effective way without compromising quality. So if we look at the models, again, I promise not to talk about model just now, but if you run to just Google up agile, you can see all the traditional orthodox Japanese methods such as lean and continuous improvement that actually still as the foundation of agility. So then again, it goes to the very basic. And number five, we continuously do this for the competitive advantage of it. So what we give them, not only the knowledge, but we give them exposure. So we give these entrepreneurs the exposure to establish, we train them the business model canvas, we give them training on business ethics. After all, what is well-being if people can't differentiate what's ethical, what's not ethical? Because when we talk about digital marketing, entrepreneurs as human beings, again, need to understand that technology is enable to assist us. So we have to be able to utilize technology digital ethically. Okay, so adding more knowledge on organization and culture, we train them leadership, strategy, and governance to ensure that it adds value for these entrepreneurs to operate in uncertainty, complex, and ambiguous environments. People talk about VUCA, right, these days? So, ladies and gentlemen, the path forward, we're talking about Industry 4.0 to gender well-being with the SDGs. We built agile business. Basically, how does that make happen? It made happen through digital entrepreneurship. So by definition on digital entrepreneurship, the result of changes in the world of entrepreneurship when there is a transformation on business and society through digital technology. The key point here is the transformation. So this digital transformation has highlighted changes in entrepreneurship practices, theories, and education, as well as further boosted community participation in the world of entrepreneurship globally. So again, I would like to highlight that transformation. So what the point of using technology? For example, if you're buying something online and we were asking the sellers, for example, and we're getting their response late. So that is basically not transformation of digital technology. So what is digital entrepreneurship? A little bit again on theoretically and also in practice. Theoretically, again, it has several new concepts about the online entrepreneurial process. For example, the needs to identify new business ideas and opportunities. Again, guys, we are talking about entrepreneurs here. So new business ideas and opportunities that can be created digitally, development of digital business ideas, methods of starting a digital business, and also methods of exploiting business opportunities and so on. But in practice, digital entrepreneurship will provide opportunities for individuals who aspire to become entrepreneurs by learning basic skills about digital entrepreneurship. Then again, the spirits just like Bavarian hat, the spirit just like the samurai of the Japanese, the spirit of being entrepreneurship, the willingness to learn the basics skills before they use the digital technology ethically. So a little bit of benefit of digital business, I believe everybody here today aware. Mobility, digital entrepreneur activities are very easy to manage no matter where you are. All you need is a computer and internet access. You have to remember this is something very common to us, something very basic. But from my experience, mobility, not everybody out there, I believe not everybody in Indonesia would actually own a smartphone, mobile phone, or what more, a laptop. Okay, so that's why I'm talking from my experience of assisting the well-being of these below average income entrepreneurs. So with digital entrepreneurship, being a digital entrepreneurship, they will get the benefits of mobility. They have the benefits of working from home. Some of these entrepreneurs have small kids. Yeah. So this business owner, they have a lot of time with family because running a business can be done from home. You're also free to adjust your work time to time with family members, of course. And again, you know, with digital, supposed to save costs. You have to spend to buy computer and bear the cost of internet access. In which aspect, the first year, Sanasana, thank you very much. With the grant money, we are able to actually help out the entrepreneurs by giving them some amount of assistance. Yeah. So you do not have to rent an office again. Yeah, while all utility operating expenses can be shared and included in household expenses. And the first one, usually, the most important thing is to increase communication capabilities. A little bit on marketing, guys, when you talk about 4 P's: promotion, product, place, and price. Okay, promotion, place is not only about place anymore. It's about accessibilities, in which the capability for us to ensure communication is possible. Next, so this is a little bit of pictures of the training that we give them on the image editing, creative writing, social media advertising design, and also digital marketing courses. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, in short, via digital entrepreneurship, the development of digital technology has transformed existing business models, the creation and offering of new products or services, and increase the efficiency of business processes that can make companies more competitive. So in this context, these 2 batches of the entrepreneurs that we helped, they learned about digital entrepreneurship. They joined our classes on Lazada, Shopee, social media platforms to market their products. And we ensure that the transformation of the conventional economy to digital is an important opportunity for them for rapid growth of local and also national economies. And via digital entrepreneurship, we build the business agility. So the program benefits, again, that I mentioned just now on the experience, they're basically the fundamental and advanced knowledge about business and the food industry that give them. We give them also the hands-on and technical experience in related industries. Because guys, we cannot be talking about digital technology by theory. We need to assist people, assist our student, assist our client on hands-on and technical experience. It's not only about theory. So this group, for example, the 6 months of group and structured online mentoring with 12 months of face-to-face and online transformation, monitored and consulted systems. That's what we provided our people. And this is basically for what reasons? To generate well-being. So they shape and produce the personal well-being of individual entrepreneurs by helping this target group, namely the B40 single mother entrepreneurs and B40 micro food entrepreneurs, to improve their living standards to improve, to generate the well-being. And Alhamdulillah, the KPI set was achieved with, again 85.18% of these participants, at least on the first project, managed to increase their sales over a period of 6 months. And this is basically aligned, especially with the SDG number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, okay, these are some of the pictures, right? A peek at 5.0 Japan society, Industry 4.0 connected autonomous system, what's platform industry. This is the budaya ilmu, something that I would love to talk. You have my contact number. Feel free to contact me, something on discussion. And that is something from my company, USIM Education and Skill Development, UESSB. And with that, thank you very much. So this is the building where I'm doing this recording. Again, my name is Jamal Nasi bin Shari, the CEO of USIM Education and Skill Development Barat. I'm also the Associate Professor at Faculty of Economics and Muamalat at University Science Islam Malaysia. So this is my email address. With that, thank you very much for having me, and God bless.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jamal Sari, for your speech. A very insightful speech, very inspiring speech. And I invite all of the participants to raise the questions. You can raise your questions through chat box, or you can ask directly to the speakers, Professor Jamal Sari. Okay, Prof. Jamal, when we, for example, when we see the community of IR 4.0, there are many information get by anyone in the business or in the campus or any place. Many people get many information, but sometimes the problem is we don't know who sit behind us, because we only focus on the information, we only focus on our phone. It is the big problem in this generation. So how to solve this problem? We as a human not only focus on our phone, but focus on what happened in our environment.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry because I was losing you a bit. I hope that actually I got your questions correct. You was asking about how are we going to react to the lots of information, lots of what's going on with Industry 4.0, correct? Is it, Dr. Udin? So basically, I would just like to take example. Theoretically, we can talk about quadruple helix, or in fact even quintuple helix, meaning to say that everybody, that every stakeholders, right? So we're talking about quadruple helix. There are industry, there's academicians like us, lecturers, there's the governments that come up with the policy, and of course the people. And quadruple helix actually top up that on talking about sustainable. So if every stakeholders are supposedly do what they're supposed to do, just like Prof. Heru mentioned, from transactional to be transformational, then inshallah we can do this together, because realizing it or not, we are in this. We are actually shopping online, but then there's still the gap between the rich and the poor. So meaning that the government need to have a policy to look into this. Industry need to also be looking also at the SDG, not only on the profit, but also helping out on the consumer, because then improving the consumer then would actually improve the society, improve their business. And then academic, us lecturers, so we all have the responsibility to actually educate, create awareness, not only to our students, but also to
when our students graduated, now this is very basic, graduated and they become somebody in the industry, be it entrepreneur or the government policy. So to sum up, everybody need to be doing what they're supposed to do. So complete the ecosystem. So that's my point of view. Okay,
another participant, if you have any question, you can write the question in the chat box, or you can ask directly to the Professor Jamal.
I was asked to actually switch on the camera. It's just that when I switch on the camera, the communication becomes a bit lagging, slow, but I'll try.
No problem, Prof. No problem. Any participant?
If there's no question, then I can head to another meeting.
Okay, there's a question from Bu Dr. Johantini. Okay, I may read these questions. This presentation is so interesting and also relevant with our experience in ICA organization. ICA organization is a part of organization in Muhammadiyah. ICA organization to increase women empowerment to reach SDGs point 4.0 gender equity. Okay, point 5 as you explained before. The point 5 about gender equities. In our experience, such effort could take a relatively long time. Just take our past relationship with the JS 2 years to put 4 people in the success condition. Is there any recommendation regarding this matter?
Okay, this is something not easy. Okay, so from my experience, what we are doing with the programs, there's a lot. There's a lot of industry consultant is doing something similar to what we are doing. But the different, at least from what UTHSB, USIM Tijara, and subsidy USIM Education, what we're doing, we are basically like hand-holding here. Okay, we have a system, so we're talking about digital, we have a monitoring system, and we have the assistance of each group of the, let's say, the entrepreneurs, maybe 5 of them in the first group, or 10 of them is current group, are being mentored by one academics. And these entrepreneurs, they were asked to actually to fill up details, sales of their business for every day, and they were to communicate with the mentor. And this training goes for 1.5 years. First 6 months is only about digital education theory, right? But they are free to actually chat with us. The second 6 months, a little bit of actually theory, but then we ask our mentor, some of the lecturers, my colleagues, to visit their company, okay? And then the next 6 months will be coming soon, right? Coming soon, then we're going to give them, basically there are 3 phases what we did. The first one is actually on giving the basic knowledge. The second phase will be on the exposure on how to use applications. So we built this monitoring system. They have to key in every data of their sales. Each mentor will be looking at that and give them, some advices. And the third final phase will be on helping them on the exposure of documentation. So again, like when you're just talking about quadruple helix, right? So we get the assistance, the collaboration of bank. For example, we have Bank Islam Malaysia, BIMB, that's collaborating with us, and they have this program, what they call Change Maker. So our company becomes a change maker. The banks, what they did, they're also focusing on this underprivileged. In this context, the first one is the female, the single mother, and some of them are very poor. This is what we call underbankable. They will not have what's required to get a loan. But through our system, through our programs, they are being recognized. Okay, and when they go with the banks, they apply for the loan under Qadul Hassan. If they were to lend out 10,000 ringgit, they only need to pay 10,000 ringgit without any interest. That's riba, without any profit. Okay, so that's what we did. You know, I can quote you lots of theory out there, but then again, when we talk about situational, it might work in this theory in certain countries, might not, right? Including with the globe, you know, leadership. But what I'm sharing is at least that's what we did, you know, because again, some of the entrepreneurs, be it, you know, the youth, the female, the single mother, not all actually have the same education level. Not all have actually, you know, the same problem. So somehow, you know, the hand-holding is required. It's challenging, but we're thinking of getting, in fact, even our students to assist in the program. Right? That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have 2 minutes more. Okay, maybe this is the last question. I will ask you about for example, this question is this question is specifically not you answer this question not only as you as academician, but you are as a consultant. Okay, the question is, as you explained that about for generating well-being, we have to build, we have to create the agile business, and to create agile business, we have to use digital entrepreneurship. But in the future, is there any alternative solution or alternative ways to create or to increase the agile business without digital entrepreneurships?
That is very interesting. Very interesting, that's how we did. The answer is not straightforward. Something that I can share is that when we did this consultation project for this state, and some of my actually consultant colleagues was very into this industry 4.0. Okay, first we have to understand whether we like it or not, right? The technology is around us. Okay, so it is around us. We may choose not to use the smartphone, but we have to use sometimes. Okay, so within that, when we went to Munich, so one of the consultant is so focused industry 4.0. We were talking about, you know, the usage of cars, right? The cars. Why there is Uber, why there is Grab in Malaysia? Because we spend a lot of money for cars, but the utilization of cars is maybe like less than 10%. The other 90% goes for depreciation, right? So then the business opportunity, why must you own a car, pay a lot of money, depreciation, in which you might use, like myself, I drive every day 15 minutes from home to office and park. I have to pay, right? And then depreciation behind of the car is 90%. I could just use Grab. Technology is there, right? So the same logic. So my colleagues actually point out, hey, you guys in Munich, you guys still buy, you know, do you still buy apartment, the house? Because we don't need a house, just like we don't need a car. We can just stay at a hotel or motel. But there's one element that I need to remind that goes to basic, we are human beings, okay? The answer is, of course, we buy house because we are not buying house for utility, for utilization of the house, but we buy the house because a house is our home. Yeah, so there's the social demographic, the people. So, you know, it's not about the place. Some people say it's the companion. So it's not how big of the house, but how big is the family. Okay,
Same thing when I was in Japan, even before when we talk about Industry 4.0, right? There's a Japanese owners that sell, this is so funny, used car seller. He refused to actually to sell his cars to my colleagues, to my friends. For the reason he said that at first the deal was okay to sell. But he said, no, I'm not going to sell my car, because if I sell my car, I'll be very sad, because every morning I will see my car. So that's human being parts. Some will actually, to summarize, some will use the technology because that enable our life, but some might not use technology because there's another part of our life that we want to keep it traditional, right? Whether we want to receive our happy birthday wish digitally online or a card from the box. So that goes back to us. Right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Jamal. I think our time is enough, and thank you so much for your speech. Very insightful, very interesting, very inspiring speech in this moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, all of the participants, I think our time is enough for the presentation, for the speech, and we have to move to the parallel session. Thank you. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the plenary session 2, and the next agenda will be parallel session 5. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the parallel session. Several break rooms already divided for parallel session. Please enter the room according to each invitation. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself as a director in the session and Arwi Surmanti. And in this session, we have three presenters. And I would like to tell to all of you that we have 10 minutes for presentation and then we have 5 minutes for discussion. Okay. In the first video, in the first presenter, we have Pak Taufik Akbar. He will present the paper with the title Gender Differences in Serial Crowdfunding. Okay, let's we watch together the video presentation.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Taufik Akbar and my student Ahmad Faisal Hadianto from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And today I will present my research paper, which has the title Gender Differences in Serial Crowdfunding. Okay, maybe let's get started. Okay, this is the agenda. Maybe I will skip it from introduction until the conclusion. So maybe I will directly to introduction and okay, there's a start from the crowdfunding, the global crowdfunding that already reached 6.2 billion in 2018 and 2005, the increasing is doubled by 34.4 billion. So seeing this increasing of the crowdfunding, it is very interesting to know about the crowdfunding activity. And today I will discuss about the one issues in the crowdfunding, especially related with the demographic factor, which is the gender here. The results of the crowdfunding related with the demographic factors such as the gender already depicted by the Gupta et al. 2008 and Channing and Press 2013 related with the female entrepreneurs and male entrepreneurs here and existence of gender stereotype when female entrepreneurs is less likely to engage with the entrepreneurs through the crowdfunding because the factor of the preferences and the attitude. But here I will focus on not on preferences and attitude, but I will emerge as an issues related with the persistence here that inspired by the Kupuswamy and Malik 2016 and Hayward 2006. So the goals of the paper is try to see about the persistence, and they will be related with a theme in the crowdfunding between female and male entrepreneurs, but particularly they will discuss in female entrepreneurs. So this is some literature review or background. This is definition of crowdfunding from Malik 2014 as the method to get fund from with the small contribution and huge from the huge of number using the individual using the internet. Sorry. So that's why one characteristic of the crowdfunding here is you can contribute with the small amount of the money, but you can collect with the from the huge number of the individual by using the internet. So because the using the usage of the internet here, Malik and Prab 2016 consider crowdfunding as the democratized entrepreneurships because we cannot participate anywhere without the barriers. One of the example of the crowdfunding platform here is Kickstarters, which have the reward-based crowdfunding, which have mechanism for nothings. So this is see that when you set the ambitious goal that you will tend to fail. So you have to be careful here when you invest in the crowdfunding, which have mechanism for nothing, because when you fail that you get nothing. And the serial crowdfunding here, serial crowdfundings, particularly there is no definition, particular definition about serial crowdfunding because I use the definition from the Comper et al. River to serial entrepreneurship about the launching the new project or the new firm after the conclusion of the previous one. So from this one, the importance of degree persistence is very important. So Kupuswamy and Malik 2016 stated that the serial crowdfunding can reflect also creation of new projects. On this why I use this definition from Comper to define the serial crowdfunding, because it's also related with the creation of new project, and that's why Malik also consider that serial crowdfunding is the part of the serial entrepreneurship itself. This is some literature. Maybe I will skip because we have limitation of time, and I will directly to move to hypothesis. This is the hypothesis one. For the hypothesis one studied the female less probability that male to engage in the third attempt in the serial crowdfunding after the failure. So like I said, because I will see the persistence of the female entrepreneurship in the two scenarios, which is when the crowdfunding activity they got loss and they got success, and this one is when the condition is fail. Yeah, so this why from Morales and Camargo studied that female have the lower of confidence, and they also have the lower of degree of unjustified persistence here. And so this why Tepao 2010 is also stated that success also measured by the self-confidence, because female have the lower self-confidence, so they will not to continue to the next attempt after the failure in the past experience. So this is the degree of failure, and the degree of failure is the amount of loss that expensed by the female entrepreneurs in the previous attempt. So you can see that Kupuswamy and Malik stated that when the evidence of the past of failure increase, the level of persistence will be decreased. So it's rational to not to continue to the next attempt. So it happened in female entrepreneurs because maybe they consider about the risk consideration, like female entrepreneurs become the risk of more the risk averse than male, so they will more to discourage to continue to the next attempt, especially when they got the huge amount of loss in the past crowdfunding activity. So the hypothesis 2 will be probability of female entrepreneurs making the third attempt in the serial crowdfunding compared to males is negatively moderated by the degree of failure. So this is the successful case. Besides the failure, when the female entrepreneurs is also success in the previous attempt, they'll still not to continue the next attempt. Why? Because the existence of the female humility here, the research from Kupuswamy and Malik that studied female is always underestimate their ability and their ability that to male. So because this gender of stereotype, so they will not to continue to next attempt, because they will, you can see gender stereotype here will cause the lower self-efficacy in female. So the result is the high degree of the success increase, the female entrepreneur will be not to continue, like I said before. So the hypothesis 3 will be female are less probability to engage in the serial crowdfunding, even they got the success in the past experience. So degree of success is also measure about the amount of success. Level of degree of success here influenced by the success of the serial crowdfunding in the past experience, and female will tend to, because we female have the low self-perception, like in the hypothesis 3, like I said before. So that's why even they got the success, they will not to continue. So the relation will be also negatively moderated in relation between female entrepreneurs and crowdfunding, our serial crowdfunding activity. So the data is come from Kickstarter, like I said, is from 2009 to 2016, and there are some filters because I will focus on individuals. So the project will be which is run by the 2 or more entrepreneurs here are deleted, and also project that run by the company is also deleted because the company doesn't have the gender, and cancel project is also deleted because it's it seems confusing because they will not to continue or not. So they will. It's better to delete. And The sample is used here is 35,091. So there's some characteristic of the sample itself, and maybe I will skip it. I will next to the data and methodology, especially related with the variable. You can see that the serial entrepreneurs is measured by the third attempt, so it's also measured by the persistence, by lengthen the attempt using the dummy variable. Gender is also using dummy variable here, as you can see, and some control variable, and shortfall and surplus to measure upon degree of failure and degree of success. So the estimation method using the latitude models, since I will examine what the relation between the gender and the probability to launch the another project, and also this paper is also explore using moderating effect to on project performance between the third attempt and female entrepreneurs, and also calculate the marginal effect to know about the moderating effect of the degree of failure and degree of success, and comparing that. And this is the result. This is the condition when the sample is become one sample. I will not divide between success or failure. This is just still one big sample, and you can see from the marginal effect here, we have the negative side here, and also significant, which means when the condition.
I'm sorry, I have to cut your presentation because the time is up. And now, maybe for the participant in this session, there are questions. We have 5 minutes for discussion. Okay. Purita, maybe you want to ask question for Pak Taufik? Purita? Purita, can you hear me? Okay, while we with the participation question, maybe I will ask a question for Pak Taufik. Hello, Pak Taufik, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, of course.
Topic, this is interesting paper, but I want to know more about your data. Where you can get the data? For example, the fund that is needed to financing the project. From where you can get this data? And the second question is, what is the implication of your research? Who will benefit this on your
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bu Arni. Okay, related with the data, like I said before, I got the data from Kickstarter. This is the reward-based crowdfunding from US crowdfunding. Actually, it can be accessed to anyone because it's open. You can directly go to the website of Kickstarter, and you can download on the section of the data. If I don't mistake it, because I'm a little bit forget about that, but it's already available that, and you can extract from the Excel, and after that you can use it. You can use it. So, okay, this is related with the data and about the implication as well, because it's this research is related with the gender. I think for the Kickstarter itself in the as the crowdfunding platform can consider about the maybe like the target market of this project, because we know that based on this research that female entrepreneurship is tend to not to continue even after the success and the failure as well. So that's why it can be used to know like which area, where area that maybe can be potential to market of the platform of the crowdfunding itself, especially like the Kickstarter.
Another question, maybe? Okay, Pak Taufik, maybe we still have 1 minute, yeah. Maybe you can explain more about the result, yeah, the result. Okay, because we have to cut your presentation, and you can you can explain in 1 minute what is the result of your
Okay, like in the video, maybe in the first result, you can see that between female and male have the different result, because even after the success and after the failure in the previous attempt in the crowdfunding, the female is still not tend to continue to the next attempt. Why? Because like like the characteristic of the female that already mentioned in the previous results, that maybe female more risk averse, especially after the failure, and it proven by the next result when I divide the result between success and failure. In the failure, when the failure is increased, so the women is still not to continue, and it also happened with the condition in success as well, in the successful case.
Okay, thank you, Pak Taufik. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, now we will continue to the second presentation. The second presentation will be taught by Hildan Natawiguna, Berta Maya Sopan, Sunyato Usman. And we'll present the paper with the title Waste Bank Utilization Analysis of Inorganic Waste Management Potential in the City of Jakarta. Okay, we will watch together the video.
Hello everyone, my name is Hildan Natawiguna, and I would like to present my research about waste bank utilization analysis of inorganic waste management potential in the city of Yogyakarta. There were three authors in this research. First, me itself, Hildan Natawiguna, and then Berta Maya Sopa from the Department of Mechanical of Industrial Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and then Professor Sunyoto Usman from the Department of Sociology, Faculty of Social and Political Study, Universitas Gadjah Mada. The background: Indonesian waste generation in 2019 is about 30.7 million ton and increasing in 2012 about 36.4 million ton. From the Yogyakarta itself, it's about 7,000 ton in 2019 with the composition of waste like at those. So the organic stuff is about 195 ton per day, and then inorganic 79 ton per day. This is the inorganic composition from the Yogyakarta city. It's a majority of plastic and then paper, following by the glass and the metal and the mixed waste. Knowing there are really a lot about the valuable inorganic in the waste waste composition, in 2012, the Indonesian within the using Permen LH number 13 2012 about reduce, reuse, and recycle waste management procedure using waste bank to recover these unused materials. And then following by the Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta Governor Regulation Number 21 Guidelines for Handling Waste, Business Licensing for Waste Management, and Environmental Compensation. After that, using the Yogyakarta Mayor Regulation Number 67, Yogyakarta City Policies and Strategies in Household Waste Management, it's creating the increasing of the waste bank in Yogyakarta City itself from 2016 into 2019, from 433 into the 481. It increased it followed by the increasing of the waste bank customer from 80,000 people into the 21,000 people. But the waste bank performance itself is not going up. It's decreasing every year since 2016 into 2019. Knowing that background, knowing that problem, this is the research direction, the problem. There are different waste ability in diversity, and then the fluctuative waste availability if we want to create business, and there is no business ecosystem has not yet been formed. The research question: is there any policies parameters about creating a waste bank? Is there how the waste distribution, and then is there any business example? So the research proposing is about to evaluating waste bank, map making to knowing the waste distribution, and then creating the business example of business models. This is the research flow diagram to achieve that target. First, using the first step, the first stage includes the preparation and planning stage, calculation of the amount of potential and distribution of waste in the Yogyakarta city itself, observation and survey of waste bank, as well as mapping level of activeness of waste bank, the potential of inorganic waste, and the intensity of inorganic waste processing in the waste bank. After that's finished, we continue to this second stage, includes the method of determining strategic points by using overlay and query, creating a business plan using a business model canvas methods, and the creation of supply chain models. After that, we create the research report and finish. This is how I determine the minimum sample size using proportionate stratified random sampling method. After some adjustment, total sample are 45 sample distributed in every district. This is the map making process. This is the research result. The Central Waste Bank condition. It's founded in 2011, but it stopped operating as Central Waste Bank in 2013, and focused on manage and processing dead fall and twig waste into organic. But although currently most of the warehouse space is used for campus fertilizer storage needs, if in the future the waste bank require larger space, the space in the Nitikan TPST can be divided and utilized by waste bank. And this is the community waste bank condition, the summary of questionnaire and interview results. The waste bank is trusted by the City Environment Office as an intermediary for the public's intelligence regarding environmentally friendly lifestyles. Training such as making handicraft, processing compost, or other types of training related to environmental management is given to waste bank organizer in the hope that there will be activities that can increase the value of waste management efforts in the local area. Okay, from the data in the field, we can create the paper waste distribution. So there were 10 different waste type from the paper itself, and it's a majority of cardboard. The average amount of paper waste that customers save to a waste bank is about 457 tons per year. And there were still around 4,000 tons of paper waste that have not been managed to the waste bank. That is still a lot. So after knowing that the potential, inorganic waste potential in Jakarta city for the overall, there are paper waste in 10 types, plastic waste 30 type, metal waste 13, and the glass waste 6 type. This is the flow chart of the materials, and there are still about 22,000 ton a year unmanaged waste, and this is valuable. So the research recommendation, I recommended to creating the art paper from the waste paper. Why? Because the availability of the waste paper waste, it's really good. Annually spread throughout the residential area of Yogyakarta City, and it's not included in offices and other sectors. The public readiness about this type of waste, people already know about 10 types of paper waste. And paper waste become waste with the highest amount, up to 65% of inorganic volume going to the waste bank. Managing method itself, paper waste is relatively clean and easy to store. From processing method, technology to process paper waste is widely available around the community. The processing method can be carried out on various scales, both home scales, small industry, and the large industry. This is the example of strategic point for recycling business using the overlay, the inorganic waste distribution map, and then the waste papers and distribution map, and then the customer activeness map. It's using query, and then after overlay, it query, and it's become this map. From this map, we can get two strategic point. It's in the Sorosuta.
Subjective sampling, stratified sampling relies on the researcher's judgment when selecting the units. For instance, people, case, organization, events, pieces of data that are to be studied, right? So for the sampling size, the study used formula from Cochrane in 1977. As follow the formula, this study need 385 sampling to know about the result for each hypothesis. To analyze will know the survey instrument because this study used a 7-point Likert scale was used for measurement. Likert scale is an interval scale that specifically used the 5 uncroach. For the first is very strongly disagree, neither agree nor disagree, and strongly agree, and very strongly agree according to Sukara 2003. Right? So this is more suitable for this research because the 7th scale, it will be more suitable in this research because this research will focus on the marketing, especially in brain. And this study will spread of the questionnaire by using the Google form because in this situation it's not convenient if the researcher go to the field because it will be more convenient to use the online questionnaire. This study will use and send the questionnaire on the social media like Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter to share the link. Right? So the respondent will answer for the questionnaire. Last but not least, for the data analysis, the descriptive statistic can be expanded as inferential statistic, evaluate model estimate goodness of it, and the study will use SEM technique to measure of each variable. So, if the model will have the good fit model, the result it will be more positive, and the hypothesis will be more acceptable if the model is good. But if the model is not good, maybe there is something wrong from the data analysis for when the collecting the data because the data is the main of the core of this study. You know, if the respondent there is no screening question, maybe the respondent will answer like then they don't want to read the questionnaire, but if the researchers prepare for the screening question, it will be more suitable to get the best result for this study. I hope that this study will continue in the future. Maybe that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Nizar Fauzan for your present with video with paper entitled Enhancing Brand Personality Toward Customer Purchase Intention, the Role of ICOMS and Brand Equity. Okay, and the first maybe for all participants in this room, yeah, maybe any question for second presenter, Mr. Nizar Fauzan. Maybe any question? Okay, for Mas Nizar, I would like ask with you, is it only conceptual paper, yeah? No empirical paper?
Yes, actually, I prepare for the conceptual paper because there is no time to do the collecting. I just to teaching the idea regarding the concept for each variable that I mentioned in this research.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can share for your research sample about how you make for many respondent, yeah, I mean sampling technique, yeah. For use, I think you can share your PPT. You can share your PPT. How to make the sample size about for a population, and then sample, and you choose, yeah, you choose only a sample with your formula, in sampling technique, yeah. Can you explain about it, how you make for population and sample, and then finally for only sampling, yeah, for all respondent, yeah. Can you explain?
Okay, thank you. This question to answer. Actually, for the population,
Maybe you can share your slide PPT
at a minute.
for sampling technique. Okay, yeah, the sampling formula. You use Kaken, yeah. Maybe you can explain how to make only 364 respondent, yeah. Okay, can you make unmute your phone?
Yes, sorry. Actually, this is the conceptual paper, and also for the sampling size and the formula, it will be possible to change because I used the Cochrane in 1977. It will be more possibility or suitable maybe to use the hair here and sekarang maybe from 2016 or 2005 will more suitable to use the formula. I think that this is the wrong that I put for the formula. I apologize for this mistake.
Okay, is it only estimate, yeah, for all respondent, yeah?
Yes, yes.
For population, how you use and you make for this population by sampling size?
Maybe the population from the certain cities in Indonesia, big cities in Indonesia, for instance, like Jakarta, Bandung, Surabaya, and also Jakarta, and so on. Then we'll make sure that we use this formula, even though there is no quite or good fit enough. If I mention or correlate with another theories, because this is the conceptual paper, I have to prepare more
Yeah, okay.
detail like this.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Maybe I continue to ask with you, but how you choose for a respondent for many product, like for lap PC or laptop, like for a car, like for a phone. I think you can explain in a sampling technique, yeah, sampling technique, sampling method, yeah, for this for your paper, yeah. Maybe you can explain how you choose for unit analysis and a scope and object for your respondent.
Okay, actually the respondent to know about the product from the e-commerce in Indonesia in general, because I don't mention it, the branded name of the e-commerce in Indonesia, but I will focus on the people who know the services like the e-commerce sell the product, many products. I can't specify or product that the respondent now. The respondent will know about services from the e-commerce, like the offering, selling the buy the product with the free ongkir, and also buy product by the payment which more simple, like.
Okay, I suggest for you, maybe you can choose for only one e-commerce with many product, or many product with only one e-commerce. Likely maybe you can choose for Bukalapak, and then Shopee, and then many e-commerce in Indonesia, yeah, and then Lazada, yeah. So actually you can choose only one product, like for shoes, yeah, like for laptop or PC, like I think you can optional, you can choose one e-commerce with one product, or many product with one e-commerce, or many e-commerce and many product, because that's very urgent to select your sampling.
Okay, thank you, Mr. for the suggestion. Probably it will be more possible and convenient to choose the one e-commerce and specify the product. So
Yeah,
this is
okay.
the work that I mentioned in my.
Okay, the last, maybe you can share your research model. You can share your research model. Can share your research model. Okay, stop. Okay, I think this only a dependent and independent variable. Okay, like for how correlation, how impact brand personality and purchase intention. I think you can add for another variable after, maybe after purchase intention, in customer can be make for loyalty of product and satisfaction, yeah, or before purchase intention, trust, yeah, brand personality, brand equity, IWM, and like for mediating variable for brand trust, or brand satisfaction, and then purchase intention, and after that you can make for customer loyalty. I think that's very enough for literature review, very enough for previous study and empirical research to explain the correlation between independent mediation and dependent, and then for how customer make for loyalty. This very important if you want to publish in another journal, yeah, not only dependent and independent variable. Okay, thank you for this time for Nizar Fauzian. I think enough for this session. Thank you. We continue for another presenter in this session. Applause for Nizar Fauzian.
Again, thank you so much for your suggestion.
Okay, next presenter for group of Miss Misti Haryasi and Lili Indayani Dewi Komalasari, and we can start for this video, yeah. And I think for the presenter will be stay in here, Miss Lili Indayani. Okay, you this video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. We are from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Our team includes Mrs. Misti Haryasi as the first author, Mrs. Lili Indayani as the second author, and myself, Dewi Komalasari, as the third author. We will present the result of our research entitled Emotional Branding Linking the Marketing Mix to College Selections Decisions during the COVID-19 pandemic. Introduction. The world of education during the COVID-19 pandemic has undergone various changes due to learning methods that were originally done offline or face-to-face, changing to online learning. The world of education at the Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo is no exception, where the study is changed by online method and learning using hybrid learning. To attract new students entering in 2021, Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo carried out the lead strategy by online recruitment through the campus website, TikTok media, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, and so on. The number of people affected by unemployment due to the COVID-19 pandemic is around 5.2 billion people. This from Compass in 2020. This has resulted in many parents not giving their children the opportunity to continue in the world of college education because of limited costs, declining purchasing power of goods and services. Campus must be smart in implementing new student recruitment strategies because the community can consider several factors in choosing a university, including cost factors, distance factors, location and security, and lecture methods. The process of selecting educational services involves a personal element in the process. Personal emotional elements include trust, pride, and hope. This from Hassan, 2010. Therefore, it's important to see how emotional branding is considered in the marketing strategy for college services. Handayani et al. 2020 and 21. The formulation of the problem in this study is whether emotional branding is able to mediate the marketing mix on campus selection decision during the pandemic, especially at Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo in management study program. What the strategies are implemented by the campus in increased emotional branding for campus selection decision. Literature review. The definition of branding is to get a brand identity. Branding a product is the most important step in marketing. The product will have the best place in the minds of consumers so that they depend on the brand, and the product life cycle is also shaped by brand itself. Sari Mehmet and Aidin 2021. Brand awareness is the ability of consumers to interpret different conditions according to consumers. Further defining brand recognition and brand memory also defines what are called brand elements, such as logos, symbols, slogans, and characters. Stoklasa and Matusinka, 2022. Hypothesis. Through the concept of branding, customers are easier to make decisions about their consumption. They are easy to choose and reduce all risk in choosing the new products and helping customer understand each brand they choose to consume. Khan and Hasim, 2022. We have three hypotheses. The first hypothesis, marketing mix include the product, price, place, and promotion and customer services affect the decision to choose a college. The second hypothesis, marketing mix affects the decision to choose a university mediated by emotional branding. And the last but not least, emotional branding is used as a strategy to increase student recruitment in the campus selection. Research method. This research is quantitative research with explanatory research. The population used all students in the 2021 and 2022 academic years for students of management study programs, as many as 315 respondents who study at Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo. The sample used was saturate sampling technique, and pattern of questionnaire distribution was accidental sampling by ignoring age and gender. The distribution of questionnaire using a Likert scale of 1 until 5 and analyzed by same VLS Web 3.0 software. This is the result. Sorry, we got this. Discussion. The results show that product quality is highly dependent on customer satisfaction. Students in choosing a preferred campus pay attention to all university operation. They either following the system or learning procedure during the pandemic. Not only that, the easy in administrative registration processes and evaluation in important consideration for students in choosing the desired campus. The management study program itself is a study program with the largest number of new students amongst other study programs at the Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo. Management study program is part of a Faculty of Business, Law and Social Science. Online registration of new students is a new knowledge that must be followed by students. Another important thing is the price. The pricing is related to the total incomes and expenses. The community and student choose the campus of course adjust to the price that must be paid or spent for the education process. Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo through online promotion media that can replace billboards is considered more effective in touch the minds of consumers. The location of campus has public access, and the ease of access by consumers is usually a determinant in choosing a campus. But during a pandemic, location is not important because the learning process is carried out online. Customer service in core of campus serving students, wherein the learning process students are more easily served. The friendliness and friendliness and speed of staff in serving through the help desk of each service bureau. The triggers consumers to quickly register at the Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo campus in the management study program. Students do through the stage of searching for information online, either through Instagram, the website, and the campus web. Each are built by emotional attachment in the form of positive experience and expectation and pride, so that students can access information easily, such as the university vision and mission, university pride, services, achievement, and expectation of the university, so that make it easy for prospective students to choose the Sidoarjo Muhammadiyah University campus as their campus of choice. Personal branding involves identifying and promoting an individual's strengths and uniqueness to a target audience. The process may be similar to product branding, which start with establishing a branding identity, positioning the brand, communicating the brand message to the market, assessing brand performance, and increasing brand equity. Oshiro et al. 2021. Conclusion: the marketing mix in the form customer service mediated by emotional branding has the greatest influence on the decision to choose a campus in management study program at Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo. Marketing activities by providing services to consumers for what they need can create sustainable relationships and can attract consumers to choose campuses with all available facilities. The role of online promotions has replaced pamphlets and brochures in the paper form. This has touched the mind of consumers to feel closer in knowing the vision, mission, and learning process, as well as university achievement and expectations, so that consumers are more confident in choosing the preferred campus, including the management study program, due to excellent customer service from teachers, promotion team, and the staff services. That's our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your for this presentation with video for the third presenter. I think for the presenter in ready to this room and as for participant Ibu Lili Indayani. Okay, maybe any question? Any question for Mas Nizar Fauzan? Hello, Bu Lili Indayani. Could you stay in here? Bu Lili. Bu Lili, could you stay in here? Your microphone is mute, Bu Lili. Hello, Bu Lili.
Yeah, hello, Bapak. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Bu Lili. Okay, could you stay in here, Bu Lili? Yeah, I think this for your presentation, for your paper. Maybe I would like to ask with you about marketing mix variable to choose student in Muhammadiyah University in Sidoarjo, ya, Bu, ya. Okay, maybe you can define between, as you know, marketing mix have 4 determinant: price, product, promotion, and place. This, I think, many book and many reference explain that marketing mix choose for product, price, product, promotion, place. Bu Lili, maybe you can explain how to measure place. One of marketing mix dimension is place to measure how to student choose for Sidoarjo Muhammadiyah University. How to measure?
Boleh saya jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia, Pak?
Okay, ya, okay, Bu Lili.
Terima kasih. Jadi intinya bahwa dengan marketing mix ini bisa memediasi brosur dan promosi, yaitu lewat online, TikTok, Instagram, dan ini sangat bagus, Pak, karena dalam pemilihan kampus oleh konsumen itu bisa lebih mudah. Nah, ini bisa dilakukan juga oleh intern kampus, misalnya bisa dilakukan oleh dosen, pegawai BNP, terus oleh staf. Nah, di samping ada fasilitas yang dimiliki oleh kampus. Begitu, Bapak. Minta maaf kalau jawabannya kurang pas.
Iya, oke ya. Jadi yang salah satu variabel marketingnya itu kan place, Bu Lili, place, distribution ya, distribution. What correlation distribution and marketing mix for your university, and then how student decision make to choose Muhammadiyah University of Sidoarjo. Bagaimana mengukur tadi ya distribusi place ini kan distribusinya bagaimana bisa itu mengukur pilihan mahasiswa pada Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo.
Ya, baik Bapak, ini lebih ke tempat ya Pak, place di sini, bahwa UNSIDA atau Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo itu bisa dikatakan di tengah-tengahnya Surabaya dan Malang, sehingga sebenarnya distribusinya itu sangat gampang, atau tempatnya itu mudah. Jadi orang Surabaya mau ke UNSIDA itu lebih dekat, sementara kalau yang Malang, Pasuruan, yang ini memang berdekatan dengan Sidoarjo itu juga lebih mudah. Jadi gitu Pak, yang berhubungan dengan place atau tempat.
Okay, maybe Bu Lili can explain with definition operational or operational definition the place in marketing meet similar with location, how Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, how location Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo with many resident of student, many resident of people, and many resident of some facilities in Sidoarjo. Yeah, I think no problem. Yeah, jadi for one of dimension of marketing mix is place similar with location. Okay, thank you, Bu Lili, for your answer for this question. I think enough, and we continue to next presenter for Pak Radian.
Thank you.
Okay, and this for last presenter for 5 session, we can start this. We can start this video for Pak Radian.
Wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for every one of you. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Radian Dananjoyo. I am from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. During this presentation, I would like to present the result of my research. The result of my research is talking about the role of sustainable service quality in achieving customer loyalty in the residential housing industry. There are several parts that I would like to discuss in this presentation. The first part, I would like to discuss about the research background. During the research background, I would like to explain about the reason why I picked this research. At the moment, there are a lot of companies, almost every single company in the world, they believe that they have to strengthen the network and they have to maintain the relationship with their partners. Why? Because the strong network, sustainable environment, and powerful communication are the main concern of any organization in the world to achieve their successful business. Therefore, sustainable service quality has a pivotal role to create greatest business performance. Recently, the residential housing industry in Indonesia has developed expeditiously because of the growing middle class and rising levels of urbanization. That is the reason why this study will investigate the impact of Indonesian real estate companies' their service quality to satisfy their customers. So this research basically conducted by interviewing homeowners who are the customer from housing developer in Indonesia. Sustainable service quality model used for this study consists of 6 independent variables, namely sustainability, reliability, assurance, tangible, empathy, and responsiveness. Since this study investigates sustainable service quality for residential housing, the sustainability is measured by assessing sustainability construction, namely environment, society, and economy. Those 3 indicators, those 3 measurements for sustainability used for this study to evaluate the sustainability service quality for the residential housing industry. Moreover, only limited study examines service quality as a critical factor influencing housing provision. Previous study, mostly they discuss about coziness for the homeowner. They discuss about housing design, location, reputation of the property developer, financial consideration as a dominant factor for housing provision. Almost there is none research, there's none study which discuss about sustainable service quality which influence the housing provision. The basic theory that are used for this study is sustainability theory and also service quality theory. The main idea for sustainability is to confirm that economic, environmental, and social benefits influence the future business development. Therefore, the service quality, we are using the concept developed by Parasuraman that consists of reliability, assurance, tangible, empathy, and responsiveness. This is the basic theory that we're trying to discuss. And then now I would like to discuss about the research framework here. So basically this is the model of SUSERV. SUSERV means sustainable service quality. Consists of sustainability, reliability, assurance, tangible, empathy, and responsiveness. In my research framework here, those variable influencing customer satisfaction and also customer loyalty. They influence customer loyalty through customer satisfaction. This is the framework. This is the framework of the study. And then the methodology. Current study is we are using the dimension of sustainable service quality consists of sustainability, reliability, assurance, tangible, empathy, and responsiveness. That is the research variable for independent variable. And then of the 1,000 questionnaires distributed to the customers of housing developers, 215 responses were written. The measurement of SUSERV for the study is adopted from Saleh and Othman, 2019. They consist of 6 variables: sustainability, reliability, assurance, tangible, empathy, and responsiveness. And based on those variables, we are using 42 indicators. 42 indicators consist of 9 indicators for sustainability, 5 indicators for reliability, 4 indicators for assurance, 4 indicators for tangible, 5 indicators for empathy, and 4 indicators for responsiveness. And then the measurement of customer satisfaction using of 5 indicators. And the last one, the customer loyalty, there are 6 indicators used for this study. The result of the study shows that the sustainability is the most SUSERV variable which influence customer satisfaction. Second, the study also authorized that tangible become the least SUSERV variable which influence customer satisfaction. Third, the current study confirmed that the emergence of SUSERV toward homeowners' loyalty was directly mediated by homeowners' satisfaction. Therefore, SUSERV, sustainable service quality, directly influence both homeowner satisfaction and also homeowners' loyalty. Meanwhile, homeowner satisfaction also influence homeowners' loyalty. And this is the impact. This is the last one. This is the impact for this study. First one, this manuscript accelerates the theory development in terms of indirect and direct relationship between sustainable service quality model and customer loyalty in residential housing. It is the first examination which announced the relationship between sustainable service quality and customer loyalty. Second, This study validated sustainable service quality directly trigger the presence of customer satisfaction. So there is a relationship between sustainable service quality with customer satisfaction. Lastly, this study also report the authorities that customer satisfaction arbitrates the relationship between sustainable service quality model and customer loyalty in the residential housing industry. Yeah, that's all the result for my study, the result of my research. Thank you for your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, this presenter from Pak Radian, and Pak Radian because no stay in here, we only repeat and play for video from Pak Radian. Okay, this is thank you for all participants. Thank you very much for your keen attention and participation in this conference. After this, we will choose best presenter, and we will announce it after agenda are finished. Thank you very much for your attention, Bu Lili, and then Bu Lili, Mas Nizar for a presenter for this room. Thank you very much and your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Betul. Jadi tadi kan balik telepon saya bilang, maaf acaranya Pak Samsul mau ikut nggak? Oh ya boleh, saya bilang gitu, saya ada di, kan searah saya ada di Tegarejo. Terus Bu Dewi mau ikut. Hati-hati ya Bu. Mbak. Ini loh, ngundang
Okay, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. Parallel session 5 has been ended and now we will take a break for a while before we continue to the next session. The break time will be around 1 hour and we will meet again at 1 p.m. We will meet again on parallel session 6. Thank you.
Nggak ada bahasa Inggris. Bahasa Inggrisnya apa? Nggak ada suara. Nggak ada suara. Gimana ya soalnya? Assalamualaikum, Bu Isto.
Salam.
Saya kira nggak ada suara nih, apa tutup, apa habis?
Iya, kan ini istirahat ini ICOMS-nya.
Oh, lagi istirahat, Bang.
Sholat. Sholat dan
Oh,
makan.
iya.
Nanti kan
Bu Isto, ini jadwal kuliah udah ada belum ya?
kenapa? Belum, Pak.
Belum ya? Oh, nanti saya kalau ini plotting saya dikasih tahu ya, Bu ya, mata kuliah saya ya.
Oh iya.
Makasih ya, Bu Isto.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on International Conference on Management Science 2022. We still have one more parallel session for today. Stepping onto the following agenda is parallel session 6. Still the same with the latest parallel session. For parallel session 6, all of the participants are invited to the breakout room that already divided. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all participants. Let me check the attendance first. Mr. Artomi. Mr. Ridlo. Present.
Yes, all right. I am from Ustadz Ridho Zarkasi, Unida Gontor.
Okay. Next. Mr. Taufik, please raise hand. Mr. Miftahun Nazir, please raise hand. Okay, to short event, we will open the main event today. But first, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Arizal Panani, as operator for this session. Next, the event will be led by chair session, Mr. Punang Awalikuja. To him, time is yours.
Saya disebut tak?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Berarti ini saya break ini ya?
Welcome everyone to the parallel session number 6 of the International Conference for Management Sciences. And we would be here today to discuss about operations and technology. And there would be 4 presentations, hopefully. The first presentation would be from the group of Mr. Hartomi Maulana, Ibu Rahma Yudi Astuti, and Bapak Fajar Surya Ari Anggara, with a presentation on COVID-19 pandemics and its impact on the performance of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And followed by the second one would be on digital entrepreneur development strategy to face society 5.0 by Mr. Rizky Listiono Putro and Ms. Titi Rapini. The third one would be on the economic recovery strategy for the SMEs post-COVID-19 pandemic in Ponorogo, the role of the pentahelix model by Muhammad Ridho Jarkazi, Ms. Dika Amalia Kurniawan, and Mr. Budi Setyantra. And followed by the last presentation of the day would be on measuring productivity of micro and small enterprises in Indonesia, presented by Mr. Miftahul Nadir and Mr. Taufik Akbar. For the first presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Hartomi Maulana of Universitas Darussalam Gontor, Ms. Rahma Yudi Astuti of Universitas Darussalam Gontor, and Mr. Fajar Surya Ari Anggara of Universitas Darussalam Gontor.
Hello.
We will be providing a video. Thank you, Pak Hartomi.
Yes. From your end, yeah, Dr.
Yes, right.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and let me introduce myself. I'm Hartomi Maulana from Universitas Darussalam Gontor, and today we will present our paper entitled Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development in the Period of COVID-19 Pandemic, Case Study of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises in Indonesia. We have online here. First, we will talk about the backgrounds, objective, method, followed by result and discussion, and the last is conclusion. As you can see in our backgrounds, actually the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has been extensive across the globe, because of the spreading of the COVID-19. So now, based on the WHO, reported more than 521 million people have been confirmed to have COVID-19, and among of them 6.2 million people passed away about the due to COVID-19. Studies indicated that social restrictions can be seen as the one of the best approach to control the spread of the COVID-19. So, because consequently, social restrictions has an impact on the operational decline in several important economic sectors, including micro, small, medium enterprises. Study revealed that micro, small, medium enterprises in Egypt and Africa has been severely hit by the impact of this pandemic. In Indonesia alone, study about the impact of COVID-19 and micro, small, medium enterprises are still limited. So that's why this study will try to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on the operational of micro, small, medium enterprises. This is our research methods, quantitative with descriptive as our approach of this study. So we distributing the questionnaire survey as our data collection technique. So East Java province as our area of this study. Sampling size, we have 371 respondents, including owner or manager of the micro, small, medium enterprises, and descriptive statistic we use as the analysis technique. So in our findings, we have two sections. Yeah, we divide into two sections. The first section we talk about the profile of the respondents and business, and the second is we talk about the micro, small, medium enterprises and COVID-19. So in terms of the gender, for example, we actually female are more dominated in our study, and this evidence put around around 66%, yeah, and
Excuse
most
me,
of
Mr.
them
Hartomi,
who
can
are
you
graduate were
mute
female.
your Zoom? Thank you.
Around 93%. In terms of age, I think around 40 to 49 are more dominated. Yeah. It show 43.7%, and in terms of educations, I think around 66% are in this graduated from the secondary school, and followed by elementary school around 20%. And however, bachelor, I think postgraduate is only 1.1%. So meaning that we can include that based on the educations, most respondents are in the middle of the education, middle of the graduating from the secondary schools. Okay. So in terms of legal form, yeah, as you can see, most respondent around 91.4% are actually have on sole ownership. Yeah. Sole ownership, meaning that sole ownership is the ownership owner by only one or two, actually mostly family owners. Yeah. So in terms of business sectors, I think consumer are more dominated. As you can see, it report 66%, yeah, and followed by others, yeah, and also trade and services. Okay. In terms of sales, this is our second category, and micro, small, medium enterprises and COVID-19 pandemics. In terms of sales and offer before COVID-19, most respondents have around less than 100 million. Yeah, I think around 81%. Yeah. And followed by respondent have 100 million to 500 millions, around 8%. This is sales turnover before COVID-19. However, sales turnover during COVID-19, the respondent who have less than 100 million increase, yeah, from the 81% to 86% in has experiencing increase, even not significant, I think. Yeah. So in terms of number of staff, as you can see, the respondent have staff one to three staff around 65%. This is before COVID-19. However, during COVID-19, the respondent have staff one to three staff, increase significantly from the 65% to 93%. Yeah. So this we can say actually COVID-19 has impact on the micro, small, medium enterprises in terms of number of staff, I think. Okay. in terms of the current business status, yeah, as you can see here, around 56%, the current status is still operating as per usual. Yeah, still same operating before and during COVID-19, followed by reduction in capacity, yeah, around 29%. In terms of business obstacle affected by COVID-19, most if we ask about the financial insufficient related to workload and operational, most respondents mentioned yes, around 90%. If we ask about the staff absence due to sick or adherence to government's policy, most respondents mentioned yes. In terms of unavailable raw materials or to be expensive price, most respondents mentioned yes also. In terms of supplier unable to provide raw material as needed, most respondents mentioned yes. Yeah. And last, in terms of customer client affected by COVID-19, resulted in lower demand, most respondents mentioned yes, yeah, around 91%. So in terms of what type actually assistance needed, yeah, most respondents, around 83%, answer or choose assistance for business capital, yeah, followed by relaxation of the credit installment, and then deferment of tax payment. If we ask about the business survive without assistance, yeah. So unfortunately, most respondents do not know about the how actually they will survive how many months, yeah, how many months, how many in the future. I mean. So if we ask about the current business profile, yeah, mostly still in the same sector, yeah, and followed by doing diversification around 23%, and the last is different sector around 10%. If we ask about the sales via online, most respondent mentioned yes, since before COVID-19, they already have online, yeah, for the sales for their sales, yeah, around 54%. And if we ask again, sales via online, just starting at the time of COVID-19, yeah, around 27%. So what the impact actually, the impact of online sellers during COVID-19? Yes, most respondents mentioned yes, around 86%. So if we ask about the planning in business development, most respondents yes, yeah, mentioned yes, but still in idea, around 39%. So this is we conclude that COVID-19 has impact on the decline in the performance of micro, small, medium enterprises, particularly micro and small enterprises level. This decrease occurred in both sales turnover and profit, unavailable or expensive raw material, as well as reduction in staff or workers. So the study suggests that need for capital assistance, relaxation of loan installment, and increased sales via online to help continuity of their business in the midst of COVID-19 pandemics. I think and that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Hartomi Maulana, for the presentation. And it was very interesting because we can see the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on several small, medium enterprises. I would like to invite questions from the audience. If you have any questions, you may raise your hand in the reaction button in Zoom. You may also write in the chat room on the right side.
Yes. From the Ridho Zarkasi will give some question for the Mr. Hartomi.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Special question for the Mr. Hartomi. What is your research contribution, Mr.?
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions before Mr. Hartomi answers?
One question again, maybe?
Yes, okay.
Okay. And the second question, what is your objective of the study, Mr. Hartomi? Thanks.
Okay, so first on the contribution and the second one on the objectives of the study. Okay, please, Mr. Hartomi.
Yes, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. The first question is about the contribution, the contribution of this paper. And as we can see in our slide, the contribution is actually with this finding, there are need for capital assistance, relaxation of loan installment, and also increase sales via online. And to keep increase sales via online, supposed to be also micro, small, medium enterprises should obtain the training about the digital marketing. I think digital via sales online, I think. And our objective, actually this study attempt to try to analyze the impact of the COVID-19 on the operational of micro small enterprises. How COVID-19 situation may impact on the performance of micro, small, medium enterprises. I think, and that's all I will answer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hartomi, for your answers. Unfortunately, we do not have time for further questions and answers. So thank you very much for the first presentation. And,
yes, the most welcome, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we would be continuing to the second. Okay, we would be continuing to the second presentation on digital entrepreneur development strategy to face society 5.0, which would be presented by Mr. Rizky Listiono Putro of Universitas Muhammadiyah Ponorogo and Ibu Titi Rabini Universitas Muhammadiyah Ponorogo. Is the team here with us today? Mr. Rizky, are you here with us? Or Ibu Rabini? Okay, it seems they are not here yet with us. Hopefully they would be joining later on. I would like to invite the third presentation then. It would be on the economic recovery strategy for the small and medium enterprises.
Price crisis, we have two dependence variables and we have one independent variables, which is retail investor attentions, and we have four control variables. BMR is book to market ratio and left is leverage. This is our data. We use data from Indonesia Stock Exchange in period 2012 until 2020. And we collect data to measure the retail investor attention from Google Trend and data related to the stock from Thomson Reuters. And in the study, we also do some treatments such as excluded stock tickers which has general meaning, and also exclude the financial services company, and we also exclude the company which has fewer than 30 weeks period of trading. After going through to the sample selection process, this study uses 255 companies with total 1,432 firm-year observations. So this is our empirical model. Basically, the main empirical model is on the equation 1, and we have done 6 times of regression using equation 2 until 6. For estimating the effect of external monitoring, we divided the sample into 2 groups. The first is a company who uses the service from Big 4 accounting firms, and the other groups is company who don't use Big 4 service. These are our dependent variables. We have 2 dependent variables. We have 1 independent variables. In the independent variables, we measure retail investor attention using natural logarithmic from Google Search Volume Index. We have 4 control variable. The first is negative coefficient of skewness in year T, and down of volatility in year T, book to market ratio in year T, leverage in year T. For the dependent variable, we use the lag value T+1. This is our descriptive statistics. So from the descriptive statistic, we know that in our sample, the stock price crash risk is relatively small, which shown in the mean of default and negative skewness. These are the analysis of correlation. From this correlation, we know that retail investor attention, or REIT, has a negative relationship with down-ups volatility, negative skewness, as the measure of stock price class risk. This is our main regression result. So from this result, we know that investor retail attention has negative significant relationship with stock price crash risk. And the result is remain the same after we controlling variables, some control variables. This is for the effect of external monitoring on the stock price crash risk. So from this result, we know that the relationship between retail investor attention and stock price crash risk is more prominent on the company who doesn't use services from Big 4 accounting firm. So this is accept our second hypothesis, and this main regression result also accept our first hypothesis. This is our robustness test. From the robustness test, we know that our model is robust. So for this, the discussion, we can say that retail investor attention has a negative significant relationship with stock price crash risk, because more attention means more monitoring to company, which can lower the asymmetric information problem. And also this is accept the investor recognition hypothesis by Merton, which says that investor attention has a role to asset pricing, and also company which has more attention has lower idiosyncratic risk. This is the conclusion. For the conclusion, we know the negative significant relationship between retail investor attention and stock price crash risk, and also the effect of external monitoring. This is our suggestion for investor, companies, and regulators, and our limitation of the research in terms of control variables. Okay, so this is the explanation from my research paper. Thank you for the attention, and good morning.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yasmin. Maybe any question for the participant? Okay, if there is no question, maybe I want to ask several questions to Yasmin. The first question, I want to know the operation definition of the retail investor attention and stock price crash risk. And the second question is what the implication of your research? Who will get the benefit of your research, and what that they have to do in the future based on your research?
Okay, thank you for the question, ma'am. I'm so sorry because the voice is small for me, but let me clarify the question. The second question is about the implication of the research, if I'm not mistaken, right? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Is my voice clear?
Yeah.
Okay, let me clarify the second question. The second question is about the implication of the research. Is it right, ma'am?
Yeah. The
Okay.
first question is about operational definition, about your main variable that you use in here. It's about retail investor attention and stock price crash risk. What is the meaning of that, or the meaning of your variable that you use in here, and then what is the implication of yours?
Okay, the implication, first I will answer the implication of the research first. So the implication of the research is for at least three parts. The first is for the investor, the second for the regulator, and the third is for the companies. So for the investor, my research will give maybe the point of view, additional point of view about the risk of a stock. So because the investor can benefit the Google Trends, Google Search Volume Index, to see the latest trends about stock, and they will know that the more popular stock
Okay, process working is not good. So we have to continue to the next presentation. The next presentation will be provided by Pak Firman Pribadi and Wen Chung Si. This international collaboration research, Pak Firman. And the title of the research is about hospital funding system by crowdfunding. Okay, we will watching together the video.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Firman Pribadi, and I would like to present my research about hospital funding system by crowdfunding. This is my research team. First, me, Firman Pribadi, and Arni Suwanti, and Aldi Albikawa. We all from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And the second researcher is Wen Chung Si from Asia University Taiwan. And the second researcher is Agus Samsudin from MPKU PP Muhammadiyah. This is our background research. The Muhammadiyah organization has many health foundations is spread throughout Indonesia. The AUMKes hospital scheme in the current BPJS era need is for assessing the external budget, which is used to run hospital operation like hospital working capital, physician, integrated information technology, and so on, which cannot always rely on BPJS reimbursement that is sometimes late and disrupt cash flow from its operational activities. The solution that is often taken by hospital borrow a budget from the bank with same assurance. However, the loan must cost more and limited. And then the purpose from our research is to find out how far the head or executive of hospitals knows about crowdfunding, and also to find out how many respondents are interested in being involved in using crowdfunding if Muhammadiyah makes crowdfunding as a source of funding for its health services. Because actually Muhammadiyah has a vital funding source but not and wholly organized. Therefore, a great system is needed to maintain the Muhammadiyah organization goals. And then this is our literature review. Morris and Blob in 2060 present an overview of crowdfunding academic research for all types of crowdfunding, such as covering donation-based, reward-based, loan-based, and equity-based crowdfunding. First, crowdfunding literature with a focus on capital seekers. Crowdfunding literature that focuses on capital seekers pay close attention to crowdfunding motivation, determinants of success, and the legal limitation of equity-based crowdfunding. And then several researchers related to the capital seekers are Agarwal et al. In 2050, Belle Flame et al. In 2014, Belle Flame et al. In 2013, and Belle Flame et al. In 2010. The second crowdfunding literature with focus on provider of capital. The behavior of capital provider is critical to crowdfunding accomplishment. Scientific research mainly focus on the motive of capital providers to play in crowdfunding, and the factor that influence the investment decision can be seen in the following studies, like Asler et al. In 2017 and Allison et al. In 2015. The third, crowdfunding literature with a focus on mediator platform. A mediator on the transaction, crowdfunding involvement over many advantages for the fund seeker and provider. We set the process standard. The platform also acts as information gate, communication, and execution. Through that, we could decrease the asymmetry of information and the risks involved in party participation. This is research by Allen and Santomero in 2000 and in 1998, has all in 2014, and Leyland Empire in 1977. And then this is our discussion. The research, this research is a survey research by distributing online questionnaire which are distributed to all respondents who work in hospitals throughout Indonesia in the form of open and closed question via Google Form. From this questionnaire, we get the following data. There are 4 characteristics of respondents observed in the study, like gender, age, length of work, and position at work. And then we can see the characteristic based on the gender. Judging from the table above, gender in the study dominates women, with total of 74 respondents or 55.2% compared to 60 male respondents or 44.8%. And then this is the characteristic based on age, where is the youngest from our respondent is the age of the youngest from our respondent is about 21 until 30 years old, and then the oldest from our respondent is about 61 until 70 years, and then whereas is our respondent it's about 134 respondents. Okay. And then you can see the most of our respondent age between 31 until 40, it's about 43, and then the highest the respondent is about for age respondent is about 41 until 50 years. It's about 38 respondent. And then we can see this is characteristic respondent based on the length of work. We can see where is the highest. Our respondent length of work is about 11 years, and then we have about 53 respondent or 39.5% respondent. And then this is the characteristic based on position. We can see the highest position from our respondent. They are from executive hospital, like hospital director and head of field or division. Yeah, and then we have about 68.3%. Our respondent is head division or director. Yeah, and then the next we can see knowledge our respondent about crowdfunding. Yeah, regarding the first question, do you know what crowdfunding is? There are 70 respondents answered no. I am new to crowdfunding after reading the explanation above. This is because in our questionnaire we give explanation about the crowdfunding. Okay. And then the second, we have about 51 respondents answered yes. I have heard about crowdfunding from other people, explanation or other media such as internet, but have never been in touch. And then we have about 13 respondents answered yes, or and then they ever or currently using crowdfunding platform in Indonesia. And then from the 13 respondents, yeah, we got about 6 respondents that are in touch in Kitabisa, and then 5 respondents they are in touch with Lazismu, and 2 respondents in touch with ACT. Okay, and then the role of respondent in crowdfunding platform. Regarding to the question, what is your role if you have been involved with crowdfunding? We have 90 respondents as seekers of fund, and then 8 respondents as provider of the fund, and then 14 respondents as seeker and provider of fund. Okay, we can see regarding to the question where are the sources of funding for your current hospital investment project. Okay, from the table we can see the most our respondents in touch for the sources of fund from the for the hospital is from bank, and the second from hospital operation, and the third from the foundation. Okay, we can see almost or very or yeah, the highest they are in touch with the bank. Okay, and then the third decides to be involved in crowdfunding Muhammadiyah. Okay, regarding to the question, if Muhammadiyah established the crowdfunding, would you be willing to be involved? We have about 98 or 73% respondent answered yes, and then we have 36 or 27 respondent answered no. And the next, regarding the question if Muhammadiyah established the crowdfunding, would you prefer to use this Muhammadiyah crowdfunding fund, or would you prefer to borrow from bank? Could be with reason why choose one of them. Yeah, we have 12 or 10 12 respondent or 10% respondent choose a bank, and then
build positive image for the country of origin regarding the product. The issue of country of origin involves many well-known brands with a particular image. Product that has a positive brand image could easily attract customer. And we know that customer always look for the best quality product, and they may also consider the price of the product. The product with the advantage or rates by the customer intended purpose will make customer interested in purchasing the product. And company consider many aspects such as the customer expectation, what product consumer will buy, the quality of the product, where they buy it, and the price at which they purchase the product. And this research is replication from Inju, Kim, and Zhang 2008, that who investigate the influence of the country of origin, the brand image on purchase intention, mediated by perceived quality and price. And this is the research questions. There has 10, and for the theoretical framework, the country of origin theory is used from the Inju, Kim, and Zhang 2008, and for the brand image use Kotler 23, and for the purchasing decision use Kotler and Keller 16, and for the count for the perceived quality use Olson's 78, and for the perceived price usually 2017. For the hypothesis development, we have 10, and for the model that we use on this research is, as you can see on the screen. And for the research method, the respondent is undergraduate student in special region of Yogyakarta that already purchased one of the industry product. And for the data type that we use is primary data and quantitative. For the collection method, we use purposive sampling, and we share questionnaire with the design by Google Form with the Likert scale from 1 until 5. And for the operational data, we have 3. First one is exogenous variable. There are 2 variables. The first one is country of origin and brand image. For the betting variable, there are perceived quality and perceived price. And for the endogenous variable is purchase decision. For the instrument testing, we have validity and reliability testing. And for the hypothesis testing, we use structural equation model. And for the analysis tool, we use AMOS version 24. And for the description of respondent, as you can see on the screens, the respondent on this study is 171 person. And for the instrument testing, as you can see on the value of percent correlation and confidence alpha, the for the value testing is the value of percent correlation is more than 0.5. It can be concluded that all indicator is valid, and for the confidence alpha it's higher than 0.7. It can be concluded that all indicator is available, and for the good model goodness of fit, according Imam Ghazali 2017, if the goodness of the fit result set one or two goodness of fit criteria, the overall model could be considered acceptable. And for the hypothesis testing, for the hypothesis 1 until hypothesis 6, use regression weight test. And for the hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 2, as you can see on the description is a negative because the value of estimate is minus. And for the hypothesis 7 and 8 is the mediating effect of perceived quality and perceived price on the relationship of country of origin on purchase decision. For the hypothesis 7, perceived quality has a value of Sobel test is 0.07, which it means that perceived quality doesn't mediate the country of origin on the purchase decisions. And for the mediating for the perceived price, the Sobel test has a p-value is 0.03, which its mean is less than 0.05. Can be concluded that perceived price is significantly mediate the relationship of country of origin on purchase decision. And for the hypothesis 9 and 10, and the mediating effect of perceived quality and perceived price on the relationship of brand image on purchase decision. For the perceived quality, has a test Sobel has value of Sobel test is 0.2. Can be concluded that perceived quality was significant mediate brand image to purchase decision. And for the perceived price, also have a value of Sobel test is 0.00, which means it's less than 0.05. It can be concluded that perceived quality and perceived price is mediate on the relationship of brand image on purchase decision. And for discussion, hypothesis 1, we know that hypothesis 1 has considerable negative influence on perceived quality. The structural equation model is used in this study to examine primary data from the student. When judging the quality of the product, customer may not pay greater attention to the place of origin. And for hypothesis 2, show that country of origin has significant negative impact on customer perceived price. This case is essential and shall be solved to improve the price tag in the country or improve the technology to build great customer perception when evaluating the price. And for hypothesis 3, confirm that brand image has significant effect on the perceived quality. So the respondent in this research are concerned about the excellent brand image on the product that can positively impact the display perceived quality. And for hypothesis 4, show that brand image positively influence the perceived price. The market should improve its brand image to match the setting price and then sell the product in Indonesia, especially Yogyakarta. And for the hypothesis 9, show that perceived quality positively influence purchase decision. The probability is less than 0.05. The respondent in this research is concerned that quality can influence the decision to buy the product in Innisfree. For the hypothesis 6, not mediating affect country origin to purchase decision. So perceived quality cannot mediate the quality, mediate the country of origin toward the purchase decision. And for the hypothesis 10 is confirmed that perceived quality could mediate the affect brand image purchase decision. So the hypothesis mediating effect can enhance industry performance by creating excellent quality to be purchased by consumer among the students because they already have a good brand image. And for hypothesis 8, that perceived price could mediate the country of origin toward purchase decisions. The hypothesis mediating effect can enhance industry performance by setting a reasonable price to be purchased by consumer among the students. And for hypothesis 9 and hypothesis 10, show that perceived quality and perceived price could mediate the brand image on the industry product purchase decision in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And so the conclusions that country of origin has significant adverse effect on perceived quality and price, while brand image positively impact perceived quality and price. In comparison, perceived quality and price have substantial implication for the purchase decision. Perceived quality doesn't significantly mediate the relationship of country of origin on purchase decision. The immediate effect of perceived price has significant impact on the purchase decision. Moreover, perceived quality and perceived price significantly affect the relationship of brand image on the purchase decision. And for the limitation on this research, the first one is the respondents are limited to undergraduate students in Yogyakarta, and the second is in this research only investigate one brand Korean skincare. And for the suggestion for the future research, the researcher hopefully that future research can be improved the generality of the research finding, and also could employ more brands to increase the generality and the research of the research finding. Oh, that's all for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, for all participants, thank you for presentation with the last group, Bu Indah and Naura Siva Mufiada. Okay, because we have, I'm sorry, because we have limited time. Maybe we open only one question. We open one question for this group. Maybe from Bu Retno.
All right. All right, Pak Nur. Yeah, congratulations, Mbak Naura and Bu Indah conduct this research very well. Yeah, always it is a very good, reliable, yeah, very good topic that you, Mbak Naura and Bu Indah pick. It's about country of origin. Yeah. So I want because the result is yes that the country of origin, especially Korea, affect the behavior to buy the product, a skincare product from Korea. I want to know in more detail why or what is their main reason to pick Korea as country of origin regarding the skincare, Mbak Naura and Bu Indah.
Okay, thank you, Bu Retno, for the question. Mbak Naura is not here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, she's already work in Jakarta.
I see.
Yeah, the reason why we choose the setting of Korean skincare brand is because of the study actually conducted when the Korean wave, especially in the context of skincare and cosmetic, is going viral. So that we have interest to investigate whether the emergence of Korea skincare brand is because of the rising of Korean wave. So because of this reason, this phenomenon, and then we try to pick the setting of cosmetic or skincare. So because of, in conclusion, because of when the time in the time when we conduct this research, the phenomenon of Korean wave is getting viral, so that we become interested to conduct this topic, this study.
I mean, in what are their reason in the for example, Korea also famous in information technology, and what I just want to know at a glance why they think that the country of origin of Korea is could to be the reason to buy their product.
Oh, okay. I think this is because of they have the abundant information about Korean wave, so that when they have a new option about skincare, about cosmetic, and it was come from Korea, they try to relate this product with the phenomenon that are existing in their daily life.
All right, thank you, Bu Indah.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Bu Retno. Bu Indah, I think Pak Nur Yakin misperception because I think it's Bu Indah experience to use skincare for Korea.
I didn't use Korean skincare brand, Pak Nur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think.
I'm loyal to Indonesian brand.
Yeah. I think Pak Nur Yakin misperception about it. Yeah. Okay. Bu Indah, maybe I think this paper is great and give excellent, yeah, to complete your paper and your presentation, and maybe Bu Indah can also not only publish in proceeding, yeah, but Bu Indah can submit in journal. I think a journal in good reputation, yeah, well reputation, because I agree with Bu Retno, because your model research in very interested, and your topic is very update about COO, country of origin. That's a very good issue in marketing scope, yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you,
Bu Indah, thank you, Bu Indah, Bu Wati, and all participants. Thank you very much for your keen attention and participation in this conference. And after this, we will choose best presenter, and we will announce it after all agenda are finished. Thank you for all presenter, all participant. Thank you. We close with say Alhamdulillah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on International Conference on Management Science 2022. That's all about our parallel session. And next agenda is best paper announcement by the head of Department of Management, Dr. Srihandari Wahyuningsih MSI. For Dr. Srihandari, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Distinguished guests and presenter, now we are coming to the session that we have been waiting for, the announcement of the best paper and the best presenter. From the best paper category, Muhammad Samsuri and Ika Nurul Kamari. The second best paper is awarded to Taufik Akbar, Ahmad Faisal Hadianto. And finally, the first best paper is awarded to Evi Maya Safira and Marsono. And now I would like to announce the best presenter. The best presenter ex ICOMS goes to Dwi Ardianti Surwandono, Puspita Devi Maharani, and Novi Rizka Amalia. Congratulations to awardees, best paper and best presenter. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we get to the last session in this event that is closing. Let's close this event by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. As the master of ceremony, I do apologize for my mistake in presenting this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.